Good evening, everybody. How's it going? Hope everybody's doing well. Hello. Thank you for the follow, Dark Vesperia 3D. He's back. You've all been waiting for Frogger. He's back. Nice streak, Jones. Let me say hello to everybody. Also, Panis, for subbing for 4 years, you also get to put a game on the wheel that will be spun at the end of Make Me Play It May. Hello, Panis. Hello, Shreebnil. Hello, Frost King. Hello, Chaotic Claw. You did guess the music correctly. Hello, Howl. Hello, Gabred. Hello, Cinco Play. Hello, Volpez. Hello, Linguini. Hello, Jones. Hello, Grillson. Hello... Who else we got? Hello. Hey, Waka. Thank you for 18 months as well. You also get to add another game. And hello, Rosef. You were the one who requested Frogger for the PlayStation. We're going to read the manual, then we're going to play the game. And I'm very excited. Also, hello also to Dweller Dark. Hello... Who else we got? Make sure I'm not missing anybody. Null, Dwarven Crusader. So, if you have a PlayStation or had a PlayStation as a kid, there's an extremely strong chance you owned this game. Because this sold, I think on PlayStation alone, like 3.5 million copies. And 6 million copies overall across all versions. It is one of the best-selling PlayStation games. If you can believe that. Grind Session on PS1, you got it. The system itself, I don't know off the top of my head. There we go, got that added. Know what? We're gonna hop right in though and start reading the manual. You'll add Frogger 2, you got it. That makes 2 entries of Frogger 2 on the wheel. Properly called Frogger 2 Swampy's Revenge. Well, Woozle, I played Mario 64 on the N64 and I took up hiking. Also, hello, Woozle. Oh, I mean, the install base on PlayStation was huge. Maybe as much as 100 million? Anyway, when this released in 1998, it had been 14 years since there'd been a new Frogger game. And people loved it. And then Frogger became a big mascot again for Konami. There was Frogger 2, there was Frogger the Great Quest on PS2. There's like 4 other Frogger games on PS2, by the way. And they're all good, except the Great Quest, which is, it's great. It's not good. There's also a bunch of like pseudo-Frogger adventure games on Game Boy Advance. Frogger's got legs. I mean, literally, but also people just like Frogger. Got your summer cart? Hell yeah. Yeah, all the reinterpretations of arcade classics that were going on around this time. You had Asteroids, Frogger, Pong. I think there were some breakout ones as well. And they were all really good and extremely fun. Well, Namco Museum, but those were more collections. I'm talking like the, crazy reinterpretations. Hey, Volpez, thank you for gifting the sub to Hardcore Hunter. What's going on the wheel? Frogger runs away from the IRS. Billy the Wizard Rocket Broomstick Racing, good lord. That's not a very good game. Alright, let me add it. Billy the Wizard Rocket Broomstick Racing. For the PS2. Going on the wheel. Oh god, Woozle. What have you done, Woozle? The note for PS1. That I'm gonna need to work on. I need to see if I have a way to play certain PS1 games. Translated. I will do my best, Woozle. No, speaking of Phoenix Games, Chaotic Claw, I do have one of their PS2 games. I have Crazy Golf, which I can confirm. It's crazy. Anyway, getting started with Frogger, I am going to apologize. I am playing on a PS2 instead of my PS1. I know I'm breaking the rules. This is not the one where Frogger needs to bust. We hope. He's already busted. We've seen him do it. It was horrible. Hey, Linguini, thank you for gifting the sub. What's going on the wheel? So controlling Frogger. Action 52, you got it. Any particular game in Action 52, or it's just going on the wheel? Either way, I can do that. But let's see, we do have some abilities. Bloom, how dare you use a PS2 instead of a PS1? Even though later revisions of PS1s render the games differently than earlier ones. Whole game's on there? It's on the wheel now. That means I get to choose what game I want. So we've got some things besides making Frogger move, though. We can use a heat-seeking tongue to gather power-ups, a power croak to call baby frogs, and a super hop. Also, R2 and L2 rotate the camera clockwise and anti-clockwise, which makes me think this is a British-developed game. I don't actually know that, though. Frogger, he's back! Revived, rebuilt, and ready to hop. Long ago, Game Over, the ruler of all that is evil in good games, finally squished the last extra life of Frogger, putting an end to his persistent hopping fun. While Frogger's been gone, hundreds of baby frogs have lost their way trying to take his place in the dangerous Frogger game world. Now, Frogger has been brought back to hop his way through 9 spectacular 3D worlds. His mission? To rescue over 175 lost baby frogs. Once again, he looks to you, the player, to help him out. Hop to it. So the plot is Frogger was fucking dead. But he's back now, so it's okay. We know how to start the game. Very simple. The frog is risen. He is risen indeed. Save the game. Single player game. Collect 5 baby frogs in each level to advance through the Frogger levels within the time limit. This seems very simple. He's literally Karnov, brought back for his sins. When you complete a level, the next level in the zone will be opened up. Blah, blah, blah. Great way to build high scores. Special level. Once you unlock the Caves zone, you will discover a special level called Frogger Goes Skiing. This is the only level where you can't super hop. Square button will activate your heat-seeking tongue, and the circle button will activate your power croak. You figure out the rest. If you lose all your lives at any point in the game, your game is over. You may, however, continue as many times as you like. Alright. Multiplayer game, I don't have friends. We don't need to worry about that. High scores, we don't need to worry about any of that. All we need to worry about is playing the game. So I'm going to be playing this for at least 3 hours before I move on to the next game, which is Duelist of the Roses for the PS2. Which I have no idea what to expect because I haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't know how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't know anything about Yu-Gi-Oh! So we're in for a good time is what I'm saying. Hey, PS2, you want to turn on? Oh, it's on. It's just not capturing. Hold on. Come on, PS2. What's the matter? Should be fine. I've heard that, Panis, that, like, don't worry if you don't know, because this isn't what you're expecting. There we go. Still one of the greatest console startups of all time. Almost only rivaled by the PS1. In goes the Frogger disc. Yeah, if you think about it, tonight is a Konami doubleheader. Frogger is Konami. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is Konami. It's just not a Konami doubleheader I think anybody would have expected. But I gotta say, I'm excited. Konami Monday. Everybody's favorite tradition. The plot. Frogger was dead to begin with. The manual did just say, he was dead. Also, hello, Zenny. I don't think there's ever been a Frogger Yu-Gi-Oh card, but I could be wrong. Oh, this intro's great already. Yeah, it had been since 1984, I believe. I like that just spoken ribbit. Frogger died and came back. Memory card is full. Hold on. Let's clear some space on this PS1 memory card real quick. Yeah, Meaty Spec. This game sold really, really well. Both on PC and PlayStation. Crash Bandicoot, we don't need that. Wait, I got my Brunswick Circuit Pro Bowling saves. I need those. We'll get rid of this. Right, who needs Crash Bandicoot when there's Frogger? The Brunswick game is actually pretty good. The FMV is very, very fun. Alright. Now let's play Frogger. Also, I've got to say, for anybody who likes Frogger type games, you gotta get Zapper One Wicked Cricket. It was on PS2, Xbox, GameCube, PC. Really fun game. I streamed that a year or two ago, I think. Kind of game I saw for $10 at the store and just said, yeah, why not? Alright, now we can make a save file for Frogger. PS1 memory cards are very cheap still. They make new ones. You can just buy one. Oh, cool. You can see all the different levels like this. We're going to start at the start and just go for it. Go get 'em. Got 25 seconds. Oh wait, is that not a... Okay, so hold on. I've got my tongue. Can I save them using that instead of jumping in there? Retro course in the PS1 game? I mean, Frogger would have been a 14-year-old game. Or no, Frogger came out in 1982. The soundtrack's very good. There were several Frogger GBA games. They're quite good. I just realized the leaderboard there was Bob Marley. It's pretty funny. Now, is the goal for this level just to... Oh! Oops. Can't, I'm throwing for content. I'm being funny. There we go. Yeah, Bob loved Frogger. Is this the start of the story game, or are there just, What what are our options? Can I just make a save? Okay. Want to make sure we have one for when we need one. Oh wait, hold on. I want to see if they spell anything out. No, they don't. This game got bad reviews. That seems impossible. Now it's showing there are 5 to rescue, so do I need to do it 5 times or just 1 time? Was this your childhood games, any? Yeah, 7 out of 10. Frogger didn't bust. IGN gave it a 2 out of 10? You didn't have a memory card, so you just kept playing the first 2 levels over and over. I feel like every kid can remember the conversation they first had with their parents, where it's like, so I know, you bought me the expensive game system, but actually I need something else for it now to be able to save the game. I mean, if you didn't have a memory card when you played Metal Gear Solid, Psycho Mantis had nothing on you. I'm shocked this got bad review scores. Though that does sound about right for the kind of anti-arcade gaming bias that existed at the time. And still does. You'll still hear people treat arcade design as if it is somehow inherently flawed or lesser than a narrative-based design philosophy. And I just reject that completely. Oops. More games do not need to be like Mixtape Woozle. I know you don't believe that. You're just saying things. You're just letting words tumble out of your mouth. Or the bias against 2D games that was rampant throughout the 90s. Whoops. It's really quite remarkable. You go back and read some of these, older game reviews, and you have to wonder, like, what in the world were they thinking? Whoops. The thing that always gets me in Frogger and Frogger likes is you do have momentum to consider. Like left-right. It wasn't the official PlayStation magazine at the time. Did it become the official PlayStation magazine later? Oops. Misclick on my part. Yeah. Game reviewers giving good games bad reviews because they couldn't beat them. Or they didn't get it. They should be ashamed. Became official in 2007. I'm trying to think, what's the biggest or best example of that as a phenomenon? I feel like Game Informer giving Paper Mario Thousand Year Door a 6 out of 10 is pretty egregious. And it wasn't just that it was a low score. Their reasoning was, it's a good game, but we don't think it will sell well, or something. It was more about what they perceived as the game's appeal as opposed to its merits. You know what, reviewers? If you really believe what you're saying, you should say it. But also don't be surprised when, you know, people say, wow, your opinion sucks. Yeah, great game, but the vibes are off. Yeah, it's actually Frogger. No great questing this time. No, the game gets pretty wacky later on, I think, Jones. Here, I'll stop playing the earlier levels. So those are all the retro levels. But you've got whole other worlds to explore. Like Lily Islands. You can play any level you want up to a point, and then they start becoming, whoops. Then you have to unlock them. Ah, there we go. Whoops. Now, can that get me more than one block distance? No, Driver predates three-dimensional GTA Woozle, and it's on PS1, and it's good. Oh, this is trippy. Oh, we got him. So we do have power-ups. Oh, I'm almost out of time. Not a lot of time. Well, know what? I'm just gonna go stage by stage and try to beat each one of them. The Driver game that's a real mess is Driver 3. So that one was very, very ambitious on PS2 and was rushed through development. Yeah, Drive 3er. Also, Frogger's no joke, difficulty-wise. This is not an easy game. Even though I'm on the, you know, easy stages still. I loved Stuntman, Panis, for PS2. Hugely underrated game. Barely made it. Whoops. How am I supposed to... what am I supposed to do when you do that? That was close. I don't know. I feel like lots of third games in series are really good. Mario 3, Zelda 3, Devil May Cry 3. I mean, it was called Zelda 3 in all the press. Understandably, it was the third Zelda. Rayman 3, I was never in love with the Rayman series. Rayman to me always felt like an also-ran. You know, like, never quite broke into the big leagues. A la, you know, Mario and Sonic and whatnot. Oh, come on! Rayman 2 is on every platform you can imagine. It's crazy. Rayman 2 is on at least, what, like 6 platforms? I don't know what I was supposed to do there. Yeah, N64, PlayStation, Dreamcast, PS2, DS, 3DS. Did it also get... No, it didn't get N-Gage, did it? Oh, I see. I could start on level 1 of any of these worlds, but not go past that. Rayman 3 was on N-Gage, okay. I was one of, I think it was 100 people to buy a new N-Gage game that released last year. Because it had a production run of 100 copies. And I know there's a homebrew dev right now working on a 3D platformer that's going to be on as many platforms as he can get it on, which right now includes N64, PlayStation, Saturn, 3DO, DS, and N-Gage. Frogger, you're a frog. Why can't you swim? I will admit, I quite like my N-Gage, though it's not the side-talking kind. It is not an N-Gage Q... or it's not an N-Gage, it is an N-Gage QD, which was the later revision that didn't require you to remove a cartridge to, or remove the battery to swap cartridges. It was a true what were they thinking moment. Like, why would they do that? Oop. I did. I got the good N-Gage, because that's the one that's easy to find for sale these days. The Xperia Play was a cool phone. The Xperia Play is probably one of the last cool phones. Though actually, I might say we're starting to get cool phones again. Now with all the wacky, like, folding phones and whatnot that are coming out. The ascendancy of the, you know, rectangular slab appears to finally be coming to an end. You know, we're starting to get phones with personality again. Also, this is harder than I expected. I'm excited. I will say the game does control very well. The thing is, all the difficulty feels fair, which is what I care about. You know, I don't care if a game is hard. I care if I feel like I can beat it. even though it's hard. You know what I mean? What are they shipping in the Frogger trucks? The Frogger arcade game, obviously. One of the best-selling and most popular arcade games of all time. Oh, come on! I made that. It really is tough, Dingus. I'm gonna see how far I can get. The retro levels are the hardest? Well, I'm gonna clear them, Rosif. You requested this game, I gotta do it. I mean, you know I am no stranger to old school NES level hard in my games. I would go so far as to say that I actively seek that out much of the time. Actually, apart from Duelist of the Roses, there's a very real chance that this ends up being the easiest game on my schedule this week. Because the other games on my schedule are Fractured Worlds for Doom 2 and Hoshiwo Miruhito for Famicom. Oh, big points. Look at that. Yeah, I need to get a copy of Frogger 2. Which is still, thankfully, a very, easy game to get your hands on. Alright, we're clearing this one. No problem. Know what also came out around this time that I did have? I didn't have this one, but I did have the Frogger Game Boy Color port. There was Anu Natahu. It's Frogger The Great Quest for PS2, which I streamed last year. And it's, I beat it in one sitting. I even made an emote from it. I played Frogger Game Boy Color for hours and hours. Because it's a very, very good port. Because the Game Boy Color was significantly more powerful than the plain old Game Boy. And that meant you could have lots of really good ports. And it did. I did, Dingus. It's quite the game. Yes, I wish I may, I wish I must. Find me a princess before I bust. Which is one of the most memorable lines in gaming history, if you ask me. He does find that princess, and he does unfortunately bust. And turns into a wretched human boy. One of the ugliest characters I've ever seen in my life. He also leers constantly at every female character. When you talk to the fairy frog mother in the beginning, his eyes are locked on to her bosom. If I recall correctly during that stream, and I might not because I think I entered a fugue state while playing, I believe I uttered the phrase, "Froggy Big Naturals." And I don't... No, I was going to say, I don't think those words have passed anybody's lips before, but then I remembered that the movie Hell Comes to Frogtown exists. And you for sure, somebody said that about that movie. Do I regret it? Not at all. I had a great time playing it. Hell Comes to Frogtown is a great movie, one of my favorite Rowdy Roddy Piper movies. Bloom, why did you say Froggy Big Naturals? You shouldn't have said that. Those are words that ought not go together. Oh my god. Am I getting filtered at stage 3 of the retro world? It's that second jump from the fast-moving log that's so tough because you get thrown so far laterally. Would I sing that? I don't know it, Gabred. So it's less a question of would and more a question of I don't know the song. We're gonna run out of time here. Oh, we'll be okay. Oh, what? I thought for sure that would have counted. Oh, come on! That was close. I do have a Croc 2 Game Boy Color. And I've tried it, not on stream. It's quite fun. Pretty good. Know what you should try, Dingus? Give Portal Runner Game Boy Color a try. Also, I am a Portal Runner PS2 defender. I think it's pretty fun. There's also, if I remember right, a Turok, I think Turok 2 Game Boy Color port, which is just a platformer or action game, but quite fun. You know, I did have a pretty good time with Sarge's Heroes. Green Rogue, though, not so much. It is in the Army Men verse. I might go so far as to say it's maybe the best Army Men game, which I know is an exceedingly low bar to clear. But I did find it genuinely fun. Turok is a comic licensed game. Soldiers of Misfortune is an almost unbelievable game in some ways. Specifically the Wii port. Because I don't think I've seen another game that controls like that. The Air Attack games are okay, they just always made me wish I was playing a better game. Like one of the Strike games. I thought that would just get me to the end of the log. That was embarrassing. I keep missing that. If Turok was in one of the WWF games, that would have been sick. Okay, this is the run. We're getting it this time, no problem. All these drivers tailgating, don't you know that you're supposed to leave a couple vehicle lengths between you and the guy in front? Well, I mean, that's why it died out, Dingus. It wasn't 1 to 2 games a year, and some years it was 5 or 6. They were flooding the market like nobody's business. I mean, like, unbelievable numbers. Now, it's easy to forget now, but when the original Frogger came out in 1982, that was one of the best-looking arcade games up to that point. It was a really visually polished game. Right, the oversaturation of Guitar Hero and Rock Band is unfortunate because those were excellent games, great experiences. But you know, when you make that many of something, you can't expect the good times to last forever. I've heard people say that about Toy Story 2 on PS1, Dreamcast, and 64. Never played it myself. Oh. Oh, damn it. Come on, we only need one more. We can do it. There we go. So I checked. My box did not come with them, unfortunately. Okay, we only got 24 seconds on this stage. Everything's getting faster. I must remind everybody now about George Wood's legendary review of Toy Story Super Nintendo. One of the greatest game reviews of all time. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is extremely popular, Volpez. Yeah, Woody, if only you didn't have edging problems. Okay, we're at Retro 4. Yeah, Silicon Graphics, discovered at Rare. As everybody knows, every serious gamer knows. Simply one of the greatest game reviews of all time. Not just a 90s TV show, it was a public access review show that did more than just games. You know what is actually really funny? George Wood, the guy who did those reviews, one thing he had genuinely good taste in, RPGs. He liked some really good RPGs. Which is extremely funny. One of the funniest reviews is still, yeah, Gaming in the Clinton Years, Linguini. The Maui Mallard in Cold Shadow review, where he said, it's a good game, you know, but these 2D games are old now, and this one's not good enough for you to waste your money on. So here's the ending. We saved you a rental from Blockbuster. And just shows you the end credits of the game. The most legendary video, for me, will always be the Tomb Raider 2 review, where he proposes a plot for Tomb Raider 3. Imagine the drama of if Lara Croft got breast cancer. Unbelievable. What possesses you to go, you know what? That's the review I'm gonna write. The funny thing is, handled well, that probably still would have been better than Tomb Raider 2013. The Donkey Kong Country review is legendary. If you don't buy this next generation of Donkey Kong gaming, you are stupid. Man really loved Donkey Kong Country. Which, one of my most lukewarm gaming takes is, I've just never really liked Donkey Kong Country that much. 2 is good. First one, I don't really care for it. Does the Super Hop have any utility in these early stages? I don't hate Rare, but a lot of their most popular games do nothing for me. Know what game I did change my mind on, though? And this makes me think maybe I should play Donkey Kong Country again. I changed my mind on Wizards and Warriors. I used to not like it. And I came around, so, you know. Might be worth seeing. You think I'll change my mind on Spyro? I don't know about that. Oh, damn it. I don't hate Banjo. I do hate Donkey Kong 64. Jet Force Gemini is by far their most interesting N64 game. No, I love Jet Force Gemini. What are you talking about? Actually, their best N64 game is Blast Corps. That's a stone cold fact. How did that not land on the Turtles? Come on. What's going on the wheel, Jones? Spyro 3? Okay. Spyro 3. Added. Talking about series that let things down with their third game, though. Wizards and Warriors 3. Why didn't they just implement, like, a save system? It's always blown my mind how many gaming executives, toy executives, etc. Koozie, seem actively disdainful of their product being popular with women. I do not understand. Like, you're upset that people like your character and want to, like, play the game? I don't understand the problem. I enjoyed Iron Sword, but Iron Sword's difficulty is all over the place. Because, I mean, they made it that hard and then cut off continues after stage 3, but you could still collect a password. So effectively, you still had unlimited continues. So what was the point of changing your continue structure if you just get a password? It's asinine. Also, Fabio assuredly contributed to that game selling over 1 million copies. He struck quite a valiant pose. One of my favorite Fabio stories, and I'm sure most of you have heard this, was at the opening of I think it was Apollo's Chariot roller coaster at Busch Gardens in Virginia. He was one of the first riders on the first car and hit a bird with his face. The bird exploded or died somehow, and there's just this picture of Fabio with, like, a bloodied face. Because he hit a bird at, like, 70 miles an hour on a roller coaster. I've ridden that roller coaster as well. It's really, really good. It's a very good coaster. Not quite as good as Superman at Six Flags New England, but I think they shared a designer. They're both quite similar, you know, what you would call a hyper coaster. Oh, that was smooth. There we go. Why Fabio was so popular? He was very handsome. And they would oil him up and put him in fantasy situations. It's very easy for me to understand why he was so popular. Whoops. Right, exactly. Fabio was the cover of, you know, your bodice ripper Harlequin romance novels in the 80s and 90s. Like the pure picture of that. I mean, I feel like he'd be more popular than ever today with how popular, you know, that genre has become. He's just old now. Silver Foxes, I don't know how well he's, you know, maintained himself. I don't know if he still looks good. Oh my god. The submerging turtles keep getting me. Really, I keep getting myself. Oh. It's gonna click eventually, I promise. This is hard. It's a hard game. I think the beavers are just there for looks. I don't know if you can land on them. I would assume not. You cannot. Okay. Oh, it's jumping off that third log is so difficult. So you have to plan for like almost one entire space of lateral displacement. Oh, damn it. I'm getting rocked. I wonder how many kids never saw past these stages. I think a few of you in chat have mentioned that this was a childhood game for you. How far did you get? It does let you skip. But I'm not gonna. Also, is the super hop good for anything in these early stages? Whoops. Wrong stage. I do want to play in order as much as I can. Well, Arcade Frogger is quite a lot different than this. Midway to the second group. I mean, I'm not committing to beating this game tonight, obviously, because I'm on a timer for this one. Oh, shit. Whoop! Wait, can you rotate the camera on the wretch? Oh my god, you can. Oh, that's... I know it shouldn't, but that makes it, like, unplayable. Holy shit. That's crazy. We're in the future. We can rotate the camera. Fuck. Whoops. It makes me sad that for a lot of, you know, modern gamers, there is no room in their heart for the Froggers of the world. Do you know what I mean? That they would see this as somehow a lesser gaming experience because it does not focus on a story. You know? Frogger likes. There are Frogger likes, Dividend. Also, hey Lexi, how's it going? What were you up to? It's Frogger time. Racing Lagoon. Oh, hell yeah. That's the racing JRPG, right? Lexi, did you ever play Frogger PS1? Because it kind of whips. It's really good. Also, it's one of the like top 20 best-selling PS1 games, so if you had a PlayStation, there's a very real chance you played this. Oh, come on! Frogger, because it was a budget title, I'm pretty sure. Rayman? Maybe he just thought he looked cool? I don't know. I mean, Rayman does look cool. Rayman 1, I'm always going to maintain the best version is the Atari Jaguar. Better than PlayStation and Saturn. One of a small handful of worthy games on the Jag. It's very hard. It was the original lead platform for development. So I think a lot of the things that people remember notoriously about the later versions were changes made there, like the extreme difficulty. Not that the Jaguar one is easy by any means, but I do not think it is quite as savage as the PlayStation version. Also, the color looks subtly different, and that's just down to how color is processed on the Jaguar versus PlayStation. Also, like, we gotta let the Jag have something, you know? Oh my god. Why is this stage so hard? Would the super hop help me there? Or the tongue? Nope. Let's see, when I had a Jaguar, my favorite games were Tempest 2000, Doom, Iron Soldier, Rayman, Super Burnout's good. Cybermorph is not as bad as people say. Oh, fuck. But that does not make it good, either. Now, I have heard that its sequel, Battlemorph, on the Jag CD, is markedly better. But I don't have a Jaguar CD. Nobody did. You know, I did have Bubsy on my Jaguar. I'll say it was better than Zool 2. But when that's the bar is on the floor. You know? Zool 2 is down there as one of my least favorite platform games I've ever played. It's just a constant vomit of visual noise. Inscrutable level design. And just really awful, distasteful visuals. The Jaguar CD is very uncommon these days, even more than it was in its day, because like 90% of them just don't work. Zool 2 is a stereotypical Amiga platformer. It's all the worst stereotypes about Amiga platformers together in one game. Now, I will say, I've come around on some Amiga ports over the past few years. There have been some that surprised me with how much I enjoyed them. One notable example being the port of Wolfchild to Super Nintendo. I really liked that. That was very fun. Unfortunately, Sword of Sodan on the Sega Genesis did not change my mind about Amiga platformers. Though that was much less a platformer and more an action game. Yeah, Frogger canonically came back from the dead, and it's up to us to help him. Oh wait, no, the beaver kills you! I didn't realize the beaver killed you. What? I thought the beaver was going through the log, not killing Frogger. I thought we could coexist, you know? Apparently not. Top Banana. Pray tell, what kind of game is Top Banana? Oh, speaking of games, know what came in the mail for me today? That I might schedule an extra stream for relatively soon is the Pachio-kun game for PC Engine CD. Came in the mail for me. One of those games that physically hurts you. Tell me more. Whole graphical vomit. Oh, this is not a game that physically hurts. I do need to watch out for games that physically hurt because I've had some nasty carpal tunnel flare-ups on my right wrist lately, and that's new for me, and it's very uncomfortable. I've been sleeping with a wrist brace lately, and that has mostly solved the issue. But I did also order a trackball that I may attempt to transition to for my dooming. We'll see. Mario Party 1 did cause a lot of physical pain. Alright, come on, we only need 2 more. Holding a controller doesn't usually aggravate any carpal tunnel for me. No, we're not making it. I got greedy. We're gonna make it eventually. Heavy controllers don't bother me particularly. It's the heavy mouse usage more than anything. Used to only have to worry about my, you know, WASD hand. But now, oh, fuck you, turtles. God damn it, every time. Thing is, this is addictive. You know, even though I'm getting my ass kicked, I don't want to stop. Ugh. Thing is, if we can get through these stages, that's going to equip us for the later ones, I'm sure of it. You know, that's how these games work. You gotta go through the painful learning period to get good at it. What's the highest score? Let's see. $250,000. That's very high. I don't think I'll be setting a high score tonight. Not like that, at least. Oh, come on. 1346. That's got to be an insanely hard speed run. It's like thinking about what this asks of you as a player. These levels do not prepare you. Onika, these levels are hard. Even just the starting levels are hard. Was this a game you had as a kid? What's the 100% time then? Oh, I got that one, but... Oh, I could have if I just went... Oh! I got overeager. Whoops, not level 1. It's really funny how easy level 1 is, relatively. Warhammer pun for me. Hit me with it, Jay. There's a chance I won't get it because I'm not super into Warhammer, but I always appreciate a good pun. Or a bad one. Group of weird boys made a singing bird of prey. It was an orchestral masterpiece. Okay, I do get that, and that is pretty good. Also, amazing streak. 130, my goodness. You know, you really think I would be more used to the turtles what sink down by now. But I keep falling for them every time. Oh, no! The lateral displacement off that third layer is so dramatic. Oh, come on! Oh, I suck at this game. I gotta get good. Oh, but I was mentioning earlier, my Pachio-kun PC Engine game came, which means the Pachio-kun controller came with it. So I've got to come up with a degenerate old gambling man theme. That we can get the true pachinko parlor experience with Pachio-kun. Though apparently, I think I could use it for any PC Engine game I want. I'd be curious if it has any special effects. Praise this game's weird difficulty curve. I don't know that it curves. I think it just keeps going up, Grilson. But I'm gonna praise it for telling kids, you know what? You gotta learn. I admire a game that tells kids they gotta get good. Nope. Tough break. I think the most I've gotten is 4. I know I can do it. We're gonna get there. Feel good about this one. This one's the run. Oh, yeah, you're right, Woozle. I haven't done any competitive jogging in a little while now. I should. Oh! I didn't like that one. I did get that Jong controller. It was delivered. It's pretty nice. Oh, how did you not land on that turtle, Frogger? You had that. I'd be very curious to see what other games can I make that Mahjong controller work with. How'd he miss that? I tried looking it up online, and I didn't see any information about other games being played with it. Yeah, no, I've noticed that as well, Dingus. It's just tough in the moment. And sometimes you think I can get the 2 jumps in quickly enough. You know. The tougher part, it's the lateral displacement when jumping off the fast log that I find most challenging to cope with. Because it's really severe and can be tough to deal with. And sometimes I'll swear I had the landing right, and the game will say no. Nope. There's no hope there. Oh, just barely beat that one out. I'm just trying to imagine speedrunning this. Whoa! I forget those kill me. They shouldn't. They should coexist. We don't need to be enemies. How'd that old Edge magazine review of Doom go? You know, now if you could talk to the enemies, forge alliances, now that would be interesting. Again, I thought I could get one more jump off than I could. I desperately, Howl, want those cutscenes to surface someday. We have production stills, but we don't have the actual cutscenes themselves. I need to see them. Also, if you happen to have $15,000 Or I think it might be 16,000. There is a 3DO M2 FZ35 prototype, untested and unconfirmed if it's working, available on eBay right now. So if you've got, 20 grand on hand and want to get a taste of what could have been the next generation of gaming, it's right there for you. Fuck. Yeah, the import duty on that would be tremendous. You'd be better off just flying to Japan and picking it up. It's not even confirmed working. If it did work, though, you could be one of only a very small handful of people in the entire world with a working 3DO M2. I can fix it. I wouldn't go that far. I've fixed plenty of consoles. Not that. Imagine if I did. I mean, if I was eccentric and wealthy, I would do that. But I'm only one of those things, and it's not wealthy. Could you imagine, though? Right? I need a rich patron who just really desires to see a working 3DO M2 prototype. Now, it's not quite right to say that the M2 never released, because the hardware spec was repurposed for a number of arcade games that did come out. You can play them. But its plans as a home console never materialized. Oh, wouldn't that be some kind of content, though? Watch me, attempt to fix a nearly $20,000 game console live on stream with no guarantee of success. Also, I did it. I do wonder, do they just not have software to test with? Because that's entirely possible as well. Okay, Super Hop does not clear it. All right, Retro 5, let's do it. What would I do with it if it worked? I would play every 3DO M2 game and exhaustively catalog it. So there are actually a number of games for it. Oh, you can sneak between those trucks, but... So that's one thing I'm not sure of, because I know initially backwards compatibility was part of the plan for the M2 hardware spec. I would need to ask Video Game Esoterica if their FZ35, or whatever it's called, does play 3DO software, and if it does it any faster. Also, welcome Raiders. Hello, Kai. You've been doing your Muso May, haven't you? What were you playing today? So I'm playing some Frogger PS1, which is one of the best-selling PlayStation games. and one that apparently a lot of people have fond memories of. It's balls to the wall difficult right from the start. And I could skip these levels, but I don't wanna. I want to beat them. Oh, come on! Why's the beaver gotta try to kill me? Oh, that was my own fault. What were you playing, Kai? Dynasty Warriors Gundam? Hell yeah. I remember that game got terrible reviews when it came out, but I love it. A lot of Musou games, in the West especially, review very poorly, which is dumb because they're often exactly what I want them to be. Ooh, Frogger Musou. How do you do it? So the thing is, you can take almost any property and adapt it into a Musou. Is this Kusoge? Not at all, Niano. This is a good game. It is, however, very difficult. There's nothing Kuso about it, just challenging. The Zelda ones are great. Well, I also really liked the Dragon Quest Heroes. Those were good. 2 was way better than 1. There's one I've wanted to play for a while. Isn't there one that uses a lot of Gust characters? Like the Atelier franchise? Warriors All-Stars, that's it. Never got around to playing that one. Fuck. These turtles are out to get me, man. I'm telling you. That's 2. It's our best yet. This stage is unrelenting with it. The thing I'm finding really tough... Also, yeah, Ken, we are. It's those moments where you need to, like, see it and be bold. Do you know what I mean? Like, you have to see the... visualize the gap and blast through it. I'm getting closer. I'm just not very good yet. I feel like watching somebody who's good at this game would be hypnotic. You know? And be one of those games where even if you yourself aren't an expert player, you'd be able to appreciate somebody's skill. Because you know how sometimes you watch a speedrun, and if it's not a game you play, you maybe don't get how impressive the difficulty is. This one I feel like you can tell. That was the abbreviation magazines used to use back in the day, Kin. I'm not totally sure why, but that's just kind of how it was. So if you go look at a gaming magazine from, you know, the mid-90s, you'll often see that abbreviation. Oh. If you mash really fast, can you outrun a car? Okay, no, there does appear to be a limit to your potential speed. Oh, fuck me. I saw it happening and didn't stop myself. So the car portion of this one's really tough. Ava Muso? I'm sure it would be cool, but I feel like there's not enough variety to make it work, you know? I feel like it would run thin really quickly. Kingdom Hearts Muso? I mean, that's really just a Disney Muso, which would be kind of sick, come to think of it, but... Oh, that counted as the edge of the screen. Oh, I thought I could make it. I'm not shocked it doesn't exist, because I could see Disney being weird about it, you know? I say this as not a big Kingdom Hearts fan. Kingdom Hearts, to me, was always... Oh, Ava. Kingdom Hearts, to me, is always at its best when it's much more heavily focused on the Disney part of things. Because I'm going to be honest, I do not care about whatever story with your OC do not steal, heartless, whatever. Mickey, like, clenching his fist and going, they'll pay for this, is so much better than any whatever bullshit you wrote. That's what I want to see. You know? I don't care about all the rest of it. How do I feel about zippers? Oh, like the Nomura designs? See, I think of belts more than zippers when I think of Nomura designs. In the right context, I think they look great. Nomura designs. Outside of it, I think they're often unbearable. I'm gonna beat this stage. I know I can move on without beating it, but what fun is that, you know? Be in a Nomura-style outfit. That would just be Kent from Amnesia on the PS Vita. That would be your nearest design analog, I think. I must beat Frogger. Now the question is, will this be the easier or the harder Konami game I play tonight? So I don't know a thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! Easier? Is Duelist of the Roses hard? Does it have a reputation for difficulty? I saw it. I saw it happening. I didn't stop myself. Most Yu-Gi-Oh! Fans also don't know. What people were telling me is that the people making the game also didn't know the rules of Yu-Gi-Oh! So it doesn't matter if I don't know the rules of Yu-Gi-Oh! And honestly, that just makes me confused. Because what do you mean you developed a game and you don't know the rules of the game? Hey, bro. It's real frog hours here. Baroque Become a Meta being revived. I've played it, Karin, on your recommendation. And even was near the top of the leaderboard for a while. You're right that is like this game, but that one is better. This one is much, much harder. Do it again. Duelist of the Roses isn't even a card game. I had no idea. I saw a copy at a local store. It had been requested, so I bought it. I remember the story of that guy showing up with a literal 2,000 card deck. But like, what do you mean you didn't come up with a deck size limit for your card game? That seems like an important thing to do. It's a strategy RPG. Okay. It took 2 people to carry it. I mean, I do like clown shenanigans like that. So like, I approve of somebody doing that to stress test the rules. It's very funny. Has there been a Yu-Gi-Oh! Muso? Because just thinking about that, I feel like that would go crazy. The deck fully stacked was 8 feet tall. I'm getting there. I do also own a copy of Forbidden Memories on the PS1. I don't know how I got it. I don't remember buying it. I wasn't into Yu-Gi-Oh! But a copy simply appeared in my possession at some point in the past 20-something years. Can we see the PS1 Yu-Gi-Oh! Game? Not tonight, because I'm playing 2 specific viewer-requested games tonight as part of the event I've been doing all month called Make Me Play It May, wherein viewers get to make me play certain games. Or add games to a big wheel. I'm not holding myself to beating any of them, but both this and Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist of the Roses I'm playing for a minimum of 3 hours each tonight. That's what I'm talking about. If you use the command !Maykin, it should come up, but it's also a thing that comes up. It's either through subs, donations, or channel points. Whoops. I hit the truck, not the other way around. Yeah, there's the message. Capsule Monster Chess. I would assume, and I could be wrong, that it's a chess game. Please tell me I'm wrong, because that would be really funny. Oh, I knew it was going to sink. It's chess in that there are pieces and squares. Alarming sentence. Oh, come on. Chess meets dungeon crawler. How do those two things interface? Oh, there's one battle chess type game. Oh, the fucking beaver got me. That I want to get my hands on. It's a DOS game, CD-ROM based, that used FMV for battle chess style animations. Meaning you have really over-dramatic, like, live action fight scenes between pieces. And that sounds sweet as hell. Yeah, similar to the NES and, you know, computer, every platform under the sun battle chess. But with live action FMV of people in, like, medieval costumes beating each other up. I forget the name of it. I think it was from 1996 or so. I had battle chess on CD-ROM as a kid. It was one of the earlier CD-ROM based games we got for the family computer. And I loved it because it was just so cool. Even if, you know, the animations took a long time and you couldn't skip them and they had long load times, the novelty of it at the time was still tremendous and enough to make you overlook the rest of it. Oh, the Queen's animations were crazy horny in every version of Battle Chess. Actually, I haven't tried it, but I did pick up Battle Chess for my 3DO. I would imagine that would be a good version, because how could it not be, you know? I do also have Battle Chess on my NES, and it's pretty good for NES, but it's very slow. Oh, I also have Star Wars Chess on my Sega CD, which is not the best chess game out there, but still pretty cool. I'm not gonna do any of those, Caleb. I like all of those things and I won't scold them. Sorry they dare to bring some flavor into your life. The best Star Wars game? Well, no, that's Yoda Stories on the Game Boy, obviously. Everybody loves Yoda Stories. Yoda Stories is actually a fun game, but just turn the sound off. Everybody loves the soundtrack. Man, I'm still thinking about Star Wars Obi-Wan on the Xbox. It's impressive how much they managed to miss the mark. When, like, all of the individual elements are kind of there. You know? I could still beat it. I might. The Xbox is actually still sitting on the desk. The PS2's on top of it. Tired of these beavers, man. They're up to no good. Just throw myself in front of the bulldozer. Yami Yugi just killed people with a bomb. I don't remember that, but it sounds like something that would happen. He just killed people. He loved killing people. Like his #1 pastime. God damn it. Yeah, Jigsaw with children's games. Isn't that also just Jigsaw? No, not scuba diving. I think he dove into water to save somebody from a, like, undercurrent that was pulling somebody else down. Very, very tragic. This level is really hard. Oh, there's just none? Okay. Damn. I gotta do it. Oh, I should have remembered that was one that dives. Well, you can almost just blast through there. Whoops. All right, let's fresh slate. This is the run. Could you imagine if the game made you go back to the first retro stage each time you failed? That would be, I think, extremely funny. Oh, I really thought I could get through. I mean, it would if you turned the system off. I mean, if when you ran out of lives, it made you just do it again anyway, no matter what. There we go. That's good. I think I've got the pattern for the vehicles now more or less down. Just a little too soon. Also, welcome Raiders. Welcome Tristy. Let me shout you out real quick. But welcome in Raiders. If you don't know me, my name's Professor Bloom. I am a music teacher. I do a lot of singing and play lots of retro games exclusively on real hardware. And tonight I am playing 2 games that have been requested by viewers as part of the event I'm doing all month, both of which are Konami games, Frogger for the PlayStation and Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist of the Roses for the PS2. What were you up to tonight? I jumped right on that snake. That's embarrassing. I don't know if you've ever played Frogger for PlayStation. It's really fun. but it's hard. Playing Mahjong, nice. Which, I'm a big fan of Mahjong. Were you playing Ricci Mahjong? Were you playing on a modern client? Were you playing a retro Mahjong title, of which there are quite literally hundreds? And a few I really, really like. Which flavor of Mahjong were you enjoying? Hey, thank you for the follow, Dakaya Karn. Appreciate it. Just Mahjong Soul. Very nice. There are tons and tons of older Mahjong games. I actually just got in the mail a Mahjong game for Famicom, so the Japanese NES, that comes with its own controller where you have a button for each tile that would be in your hand. And I think almost for the entire wall, which is very cool. Also, Frog's ignoring the "Don't Tread on Me" bumper stickers. You should know that you're going to get run over, but I suppose a frog can't read. So I don't know how much I can blame the frog for that. Yeah, it's a ton of fun. It's Ide Yosuke Mahjong for Famicom, who was a famous pro Mahjong player at the time. I think he still is a pro Mahjong player, but... I would love to get one of those for MAME arcade games, because I really like the... It was in arcades, though I think of it more on home consoles. The Idle Janshi Suchipai series of Mahjong games. Have you ever played any of those? If you haven't, may I recommend Idle Mahjong, or, yes, okay, so you know Suchipai. Idle Janshi Suchipai Special is great, but Idle Janshi Suchipai 2 is maybe my favorite. It's so good. Specifically the Saturn version for that one. Though, if you're going to play Special, it is on Saturn. I really like it on the 3DO, because the art just looks so good. Because 3DO did, you know, it was one of the first home consoles to do 480i. You know, a high-res interlaced image. And Kenichi Sonoda's art really pops. You know, with that extra bit of resolution. Big fan of that one. Let's try again here. I gotta clear these. Then I can move on to, like, the fun new modern stages, where I have to actually think about the camera. I think one of the problems I'm having is I'm trying to go too fast, you know? Yeah, this is very much like Donkey Kong 94 in that it begins as, you know, a fairly orthodox presentation of the original arcade source material, and then quickly turns into, you know, a wild new take on it. DK94 is also one of the best games on the Game Boy. Tremendous game. I think you're right, Iast. Because then you don't see the big picture pattern, so to speak. Nope, I knew that. I shouldn't have done it. go. I mean, alligators can get that big. Or is it crocodiles I'm thinking of? Which one of them is functionally immortal and pretty much only dies because it can no longer... Like, it gets so large or its teeth get too worn down to keep eating stuff? Which makes me wonder, what if you got a huge, like, Nile crocodile, kept it in captivity, and just kept feeding it? And, like, sedate it and sharpen its teeth so that that part isn't a concern. Can we make, like, an omni-crocodile god that's 200 years old? Just to see if we can. Like, can we do that? Eat itself to death? No, this is why you have to manage it. I mean, why not, Howl? We could do that. Just get some land. Get some funding. Like, we'll figure out what it needs. Oh, come on. Am I gonna feed it? Yeah, from like a helicopter. Not putting my hand in the enclosure, if that's what you mean. Just airlift a cow in every couple days, I don't know. I gotta do this. Right? Quarantine Lake Placid. Let's do it. You know? A whole cow in this economy? Look, I'm just saying, if I ever suddenly, you know, come into money, there will be signs. How did that count? Come on. Now, if you all of a sudden see me streaming from my, you know, prototype 3DO M2 FC35, and, you know, I've since created a crocodile god, you'll know I've come into some money. There was a bad B movie about killer crocs in Lake Placid. It's called Lake Placid. It's pretty fun. Now, Frogger has been a lot of things, but has any gaming mascot been more things than Mario? So I think Mario is still number one for just having been the most things. See, I don't think Sonic has been as many. 'Cause you've got to remember the Mario Edutainment titles as well. And I know there are Sonic Edutainment titles. And RPGs. I mean, they've both had RPGs. They've done sports together. Mario has done more sports than Sonic. Significantly. Though, Sega, where's my Sonic Golf? Actually, there is an answer to that question. There was an online Sonic golf game for like 1 year. And, Sega should bring that back for me specifically. Kicks likes are a whole genre unto themselves. Dreamcast pinball game with Sega Sanshiro. I don't know the one. But you're speaking my language here. How, Oh, is it, the one that was the sequel to Tee Off that stayed in Japan? Because if so, I own a copy, but have not played much of it. Man, I'm not good at Frogger. Netto Golf. I don't know if I own that one. I think I might. I'd need to go check my Dreamcast games. Now, thinking of Mario, Sonic, who is the gaming mascot with the highest overall quality when you look at, you know, games across their entire existence? I would put forth Kirby as a very strong candidate for highest overall quality across the entire, you know, body of games. How are we defining mascot? I'm gonna say I'll know it when I see it. That was no good. I don't know that there's ever been a bad Kirby game. And in fact, what I would call like the worst Kirby game I can think of isn't a bad game at all. It's just one that I personally find boring, which is one I know a lot of people like, Amazing Mirror. Because to me, Amazing Mirror is just an inferior Kirby's Adventure. It doesn't have the same spark, you know? Right. Kirby has maybe one or two stinkers. And me not liking Amazing Mirror doesn't mean it's a bad game. It just means I don't like it and wouldn't play it over, you know, Adventure. Kirby 64. See, I don't like Crystal Shards. I understand why other people do. I've just always thought it is too slow. It's like 10% slower game speed than it should be. Hey Toka, how's it going? I'm kind of with you, Howl. The combo powers are cool, but it's just... Ironically, despite being in 3D, it's a very flat game. Like, the levels feel really flat. I think that's the only way I can describe it. I am playing PS1 Frogger. You know what? I forgot. I had a thing for that. Hold on. There we go. Right. Because Kirby can be anything, it so often means we get weird, fun experimental games featuring Kirby. Like Kirby's Dream Course, which is phenomenal. Let's just try again. Star Allies was the actual 3D platformer one on Switch and Switch 2. I've not played it yet, but it really looks great. Also, still one of my favorite platform games ever is the original Kirby on Game Boy, which is Kirby pre the things people expect about Kirby. Like, he doesn't gain powers, etc. It's just a straightforward platformer, and it's an extremely delightful, fun, well-made, accessible platformer. It's not overly difficult at all. A child can beat it. I beat it when I was a child. Oh, forgot. What's the 3D one then? Oh no, Star Allies was the one that came out near the Switch launch, yeah? I know some people didn't like that one, but I liked it. But I did play it 4-player co-op, which is absolutely the way you're supposed to play it. So if you played it as a single-player experience, I could actually see it being pretty deficient feeling. But what other, like, mascot-type character has anywhere near the overall track record of Kirby? Because you have some where you have an opposite Kirby situation, where you have one or two really good games, and they make people forget about how many bad ones there are. Bubsy. Does Mario have that many stinkers? No. In fact, I would argue almost none. Because even the Mario games I don't like that much are still really good. Metroid has an exceptionally high quality ranking overall, I would say. I mean, even at Mario spin-offs, is Samus a mascot? I would say no. But if we're just talking overall franchise quality, the worst is probably what? Other M? I haven't played Prime 4 yet. And don't say Federation Force. It's not a low-quality game. It's just not what people wanted. And despite, you know, not really being a Metroid game in any appreciable way, Metroid Prime Pinball is actually a very good game. I might go so far as to say that Federation Force is pretty good, and people just didn't play it. Also, before anybody slanders Metroid 2 Game Boy, you're wrong. If you think that game's bad, I hate to inform you, you're just incorrect. Dedicated pinball spin-off, the most recent franchise I can think of to have one of those is Senran Kagura. Which had a Peach Ball in 2018. If you can't get over Game Boy graphics, get good. Get stronger. Yeah, Peach Ball unfortunately sucked. My problem with both the official Metroid 2 remake and AM2R is that they just don't have the feel of Metroid 2, in my opinion. They're too cleaned up. See, that to me is where the Senran Kagura series lost its way, Howl. Because they started doing more and more spin-offs like that, where there really wasn't any attraction, or sorry, Volpez said that, any attraction to it beyond just fan service. And what made the Senran Kagura games fun in the first place was that they were really fun games to play and had lots of fan service. You need both. You can't just have the fan service. It's not enough. You know? Don't get me wrong, I like fan service. But you can't have that be the only thing your game's got going for it. It's simply not enough. It's like with comedy, with parody in music. You can't just be funny. You have to be unbelievably good. Also, speaking of being good, crushed it. Crushed it. Because I'm still in the same zone, Karin. But now I beat it. Zone complete. The game is very fun. Now we're in the weird stuff where we have like camera control and exploration. I'm not equipped for all this. I'm a simple man. The real Frogger begins now. Can I make that jump? No. Nope. All right, we gotta come to terms with the real Frogger now. The true game starts now. Like that it says croak as a prompt. Oh, come on. Your timing window on these is really short. Like, I thought that would have been okay, but no. It turns out. Oh, come on! Do I just suck at Frogger? I might just suck at Frogger. This is a hard game, AOD. Surely the IGN reviewer got past the first retro level. Almost none. AOD, the capture setup I use specifically is very, very low latency. Nearly zero. Whoops. Inherent to the game / original controls. I don't know, the timing window probably a little longer than the arcade, but not that much. Like, the game feels responsive and nice to play for the most part. That's where I started. Clearly we've got to go another way. The tough part for me right now is just having no sense of where the level's going. relative to, Oh! You were the finish this, uncle? I know that feeling, objection. I bet Frogger does feel the camera change. Also, it feels like the time limit is really kind of working against the game with the way its level design is. Oh, nice. Because it feels like it wants you to spend time exploring the levels, but really gives you no time to do that. You know, instead kind of really rushing you along with, you know, you've got 60 seconds to get through this stage. Or maybe if you know, already know how it plays or play it perfectly, you won't have any trouble with that, but... Where am I going? Just like Alfred Chicken. That's only a problem really in Super Alfred Chicken, in my experience of it. Oh, is this the same place? I think it is. Whoops. Oh! Okay, that's where I'm supposed to go. Wait, is my timer not refilled? Oh, not even. That's crazy. The speedrun for this whole game being 13 minutes now feels even more lunatic. Wait, this is the way I want to be facing. Okay, I'm not totally vibing with this camera. Oh! Oh, you have to find all 5. And that just resets your timer a little bit. Jesus. What? How'd that get me? This is hard. This is functionally like level 1 in a way. This is basically the first level you would get to play past the, you know, original retro style levels. If you were just, say, casually playing this for the first time. Is there anything of worth over here? No. Well, we have a ribbit button, that's fun. Really, though, a lot of my issues would be ameliorated by the camera being a little more zoomed out. Now, do I need to get all 5 on 1 life or one set of lives. I do. That's gonna be tough. I've got now newfound respect for anybody speedrunning this game. And really anybody who speedruns any game, I've got a degree of respect for. Fuck! Which Stuart Little 2G, man? The Game Boy Advance one was surprisingly pretty fun once I got used to its sins, I think I would say. The driving level in that one, I still don't understand. Oh yeah, Hal? Who worked on this? Because I know it was Sony Computer Entertainment Europe. Probably quite a few heavy hitters. Damn it. Come on, we gotta get more than 2 frogs here. Sound people did the sound for Stalker. What? How'd I fall? I landed right on that turtle. That one felt a little fraudulent. The other ones all felt justified. I got questions about that one. Project lead worked on Bionicle. You know what? I enjoyed Bionicle PS2. It was short, pretty easy, not a remarkable game in any way. But that made it weirdly enjoyable. Actually, you know what I have to say about this game? The basic concept here of a, you know, modern take on Frogger. The music is great. I believe this game's own sequel does it better, from what people have told me. But also, you've got games like Zapper, One Wicked Cricket, which are the same idea as this, but just way better. There is AOD. There's Frogger the Great Quest on the PS2, which is really bad. But I streamed it to completion in one sitting, and it set a record for me, crashing on stream 4 times, which is the most a game has ever crashed on me before. So it deserves some credit for that alone. Crashing on original hardware 4 times, and the disc is spotless. I should have just let it crash and abandoned it. I should have, Karin, but I'm not. I can't do that. Frogger was counting on me to find him a princess before he busted. And I did it. The flies do not give you more time. probably means the laser was not quite tuned right, Dingus. If you've still got your PS2, I would say get a multimeter out. Open up your PS2, find the potentiometer on the laser, measure its resistance, and gradually tweak that potentiometer, lowering the resistance slightly until it is reading CD games reliably. That's your best bet. Something I've had to do with my Dreamcast, with my PCFX, with one of my PC Engine Duos. I've done it to other people's PS2. My PS2 is still rock solid, thankfully. I've done it to a GameCube. And you'll sometimes hear people hem and haw and say, oh, but that'll lower the overall lifespan of the laser. Yeah, I don't care. It's already dying. This just, forestalls total replacement. And that's fine. It's enough to do that. Shit. Yeah, or just mod the PS2. Get a Memcard Pro or something. But I've got a lot of games on disc. I want to keep playing them. So I'm going to keep all of my hardware working for as long as I possibly can. How'd you get all the way up there? How am I supposed to get to you all the way up there? Oh, there's a bird. I am a big fan of the Hot Shots Golf series, kid. The Everybody's Golf. Bird Up, the worst show on television. I gotta clear at least one non-retro style stage. Bird, you're just chilling looking like you're gonna help me, but how do I know that? I don't trust you. Also, his tongue is crazy. Reach is insane. Oh, come on! I might just be bad at Frogger, I think. Even just keeping track of where I'm going in these stages is a challenge. That would be Everybody's Golf 5 on the PS3. It's the one with Adam Jensen in it, if I'm remembering right. And I believe I am. Oh, come on. Yeah, if the camera didn't auto-rotate, it would probably be significantly easier. Praise the camera. You know, camera, you're doing a great job showing off the PlayStation's ability to rotate polygonal 3D worlds on the fly. Pun intended. Oh, that's embarrassing. I would go higher than 5 out of 10. I think it's just got a bunch of really self-inflicted issues that make it hard to enjoy a lot of the really good stuff that's already there. Scold that stupid death. Bloom, you should have known not to jump. do they come in? Oh. Yeah, everybody's telling me Frogger 2 Swampy's Revenge is better, so I'm gonna have to pick up a copy of that. Yeah, didn't IGN, somebody said they gave that a 2, they gave this a 2 out of 10, which I can't imagine giving this that score because I think this is pretty good. It's just, you know, frustratingly difficult. The Dreamcast version. I mean, twist my arm. I love picking up games from a Dreamcast, so I certainly don't mind that. Ooh, Stella Deus does look very pretty. What do the dragonflies do? I don't know. Points? I think they're just points. But I'm a video gamer. I love score. I love to see number go up. I love to make number go up. What good is the Super Hop, really? Number go up is almost every genre, when you think about it, Faison. I mean, really think about it. Many genres of game are really just number go up. That's not a criticism. If anything, I am often happy about how many games are actually number go up. Golf is unfortunately still number go up, but ideally number go up, but not too much all at once. Number go up plus dress up doll. Why do you think Final Fantasy XIV is so successful? Also, if a video game doesn't let me play dress up, I don't like it as much as a video game that does. Speaking of which, of playing dress up, I did just get another game in the mail for my Casio Loopy, Dream Change. So we're gonna have to have another Loopy night pretty soon. Exactly, failure by winning. Sometimes number go up is hidden. Kin, are you telling me you don't like to play dress up with your games? You don't like character customization at all? You don't like saying, you know, well, I don't really care that it's not stat optimal. It looks cool, so I'm gonna wear it. Lunar Dragon Song would be improved by dress up. It would not be a good game. It would just be marginally better. Do I need to get picked up by this bird? Damn. Don't see the need for dress up in games? You don't want to customize a character ever? You don't like putting your mark on a game? mean, one of my favorite things in the Tales of series, love when I can put sunglasses on people. Big fan. And then it shows up in cutscenes, which ends up being really funny. Also, Floof, it's good to have polite consideration for the objects around you. Good job. How'd I fall between those turtles? That didn't seem right. Right? You know, a serious scene shows up and you've got, you know, Rapide with a pipe and sunglasses on. Frogger, don't waste your time. You've got so little of it, and you spend it frivolously chasing after fireflies. I can think of many games made better by being able to play dress up. I don't know if I've ever played one that was worse for being able to play dress up. Which games should have dress up? I don't know that there's any that... Well, actually, no. Ones that should are any where you're designing a character from the start, like playing as any kind of self-insert. In that case, yeah, you absolutely should. You should be able to customize your character to your heart's desire. Try to change your mind on it? I mean, I'm not going to change your mind. I just think you're wrong. I don't need to convince you. But if you're playing a game where the whole point is to, you know, create a digital extension of self, I don't know why you wouldn't want to have the option to customize your avatar. For example, in, say, an MMO, or any game where you can change armor sets. I don't know why you wouldn't want to be able to customize that to some degree. I mean, never played one that's not really relevant to what you asked. Would you agree that a game in which you are designing a character to be a digital stand-in for yourself should have the ability to control what that self looks like? Because if you say no, I really don't think you're arguing in good faith. I think you're just being contrarian for the fun of it. Or rather, I would like you to articulate your position if that is the case. Because otherwise it just sounds like you're saying, I don't think you should be able to customize a character ever, even when the character does not have a prescribed personality or appearance by default. Here's a great example in a single-player game. Star Wars Jedi Academy explicitly cast you, the player, as a new Padawan. Ooh, you get to add a game to the wheel, AOD. What's it gonna be? What is Star Wars Jedi Academy? It is a third-person action-adventure game from 2003 for the computer and the Xbox. It's a very fun game with some of the best lightsaber combat ever put in a video game. ActRaiser, you got it. Which does remind me, I have ActRaiser 2 and have not put in any significant effort to beating it. Because that game is hard. Right, we already know what Frogger wears. It was the final game in the Jedi Knight series so far, unfortunately. I love the Jedi Knight games. Have a good one, kid. The thing with ActRaiser 2 is it's got maybe some of the nicest, like, pixel art on the Super Nintendo. But for whatever reason, the directive was to make it an action game. Which is baffling to me, because the first was this addictive blend of God Sim, strategy, and action. And while none of the individual elements were what I'd call extraordinary in quality, they came together in such a way as to be tremendously fun. And it's got one of the best soundtracks on the Super Nintendo, made all the more remarkable by basically being a launch title. Did people think the sim parts were boring? I guess, but they're the best part. Or I think they're more fun than the action parts. Now, 2 is an incredibly complex action game in terms of like the amount of control you have at your disposal. Me too, Floof. It's why I like the NES generally more than the Super Nintendo, because that kind of genre blending and kind of the porous borders between genres was a lot more common in the 8-bit era than the 16-bit. Because when games got, you know, a little more sophisticated in the move to 16-bit, they, you know, the baseline quality, I would say, went up. Like, generally people figured out, okay, this is how you make a pretty competent platformer. This is how you make a pretty straightforward RPG. You know, the ground rules had been established the previous console generation. And so now, rather than experimenting, designers were refining. Which is all well and good, but you lose some of that special sauce, in my opinion. Wait, how can I get to you? Hold on. I'm gonna look at the manual again. Okay, hold on. No, those flies do increase our time, apparently. Oh no, some of them reduce your score and increase the timer speed. Sure. Collect 5 baby frogs in each level to advance within the time limit. I think this game would be improved if it didn't have a timer. Or if the timer was much more generous. Because with levels this relatively large, it says, don't forget your Power Croak. Power Croak allows you to call baby frogs. And Super Hop allows you to hop extra high. So can I call... Like, the Super Hop is not enough here. Right. It's either take out the lives or give you way more time. I think give way more time would be the more fun solution. Because the small amount of time currently, I think, is just not enough to do anything with. Or, third option, zoom the camera out like 3x. Maybe, and this is going to make me sound crazy because I never say this, maybe don't be afraid actually to tutorialize a little bit. Because, like, okay, I can do a power croak into super hop, but what do they actually do? You know, what am I using this super hop for? I doubt I can hop over a car with it. Not hand-holding, but when level 1 of the new game is this opaque, I think it means that... You know what? This might be a classic case of developers got too good at their own game. Like, the developers played it so much that they themselves were, you know, pressed for challenge. And so needed to crank it. That's what it feels like to me. Because otherwise, this effectively being level 1... And I'm counting it as such because the other levels, you know, were really just iterating on classic Frogger. Okay, that's auto hop, so that makes us quite fast. Maybe auto hop combined with a super hop, maybe that can make us get up onto that area we were having trouble with. Talking object, don't you know hand holding is lewd? Must be, you know, handled delicately. Okay, that power-up doesn't respawn though, so probably not mandatory. I want to figure out the thing with the bird. Well, the one on Genesis and Super Nintendo is just Arcade Frogger. Let's try Honeybee Hollow and see if it's any less opaque. Can I super hop to the bird? I don't think so. Okay, so the bees will fucking kill you. What? Well. We could also try whatever this one is. Scorching Switches. Now see, this at least feels like a video game. Oh, the switch turned off already. Oh my god. I'm out of... Holy shit! That's a crazy narrow timing window in which you've got to do everything. This game is sadistic. I'm gonna stand by my previous assessment of either more lives or more time. Or infinite lives or more time. That would immediately make this way less frustrating. That's 2. Wait, I see where it's going. Oh. Yeah, this timer is nonsensical. A level editor for this, Frogger Maker, would be amazing. Because the bones here are incredibly strong, I think. I don't think I can make any of those jumps. Nope, I think I'm dead. Yep. Nothing for me but to die. A randomizer if you hate yourself. I'm really impressed by how evil this game is. And I probably shouldn't be, because I've owned this game for years and just haven't played it. So I should have known what I was in for. I can't make that jump, can I? Oh god. No! This is crazy. And this is the, I'd say, probably relatively easiest level I've played so far. If that makes any sense. Because this one feels like it's from a video game that you can beat. The first level on Lilypad whatever, I can't even figure out what to do. And that shocks me a little bit. Actually, you know what this level reminds me of positively? This feels like the mid-late game in Zapper, One Wicked Cricket, on the PS2, which is a game I really like. Right, you can do stages like this when you've got no timer, without it being sadistic and evil. Was that an anti-timer fly I picked up? No, the timer really just is that strict. Oh, it was. Why'd they put those in the game? I know the manual warns about them, but the manual's also in black and white. So, I don't know which color does what. How would I? Thought I had that. Right, how dare I collect the collectibles in this game where collecting collectibles looks like the right thing to do. Some of these I can't quite tell if there's a height difference. Oh, that's a lose time. if there's a height difference or when the height difference matters. Means there's probably one on this side as well. That wasn't lose time. Oh, it doesn't reach. That's cool. Okay, I see. Which would I say is the best? Probably Asteroids, followed by Palm. Both of which are great. Oh, DK94. Now that came a little before kind of this wave. Of the ones on PlayStation specifically, I think it is... I never played the Sinistar remake either. Ooh, you know what though? Shout out Xevious 3D for being really, really good. I have not played Pac-Man World. Because I generally don't care for like Hop and Bop collectathons. I know a lot of people love that one, but I have not given it a shot. Oh my god. Oh! Also, I would count Pac-Man World broadly in the conversation. Okay, I can try the first level of most of these, it appears. 60 seconds. How generous. Okay, so croaking increases light for a little bit. I'd say this game's biggest problem is the difficulty is just way out of whack. I can already tell this is not a stage I'm gonna enjoy. Oh, maybe not. The core concept here. Now see, people are saying Swampy's Revenge is really, really good, and I should also play it. We got one! I don't know if it's that the devs didn't take playtesting seriously. It seems to me this is probably a classic case of devs got way too good at their own game. And so we're designing levels for experts. Which, you know, the kids renting this game were never going to be. I don't know, though. It might just be that they didn't give a shit. And just said, let's make it really, really hard. Oh. Also, when the ad break comes up, I'm going to take a bathroom break. Which is now. And when I come back, I will get ready to... I'll play a little more, and then we'll swap games to Duelist of the Roses. So, I will be right back. Once I hit the right button. All right. Thank you for waiting, everybody. Also, Talking Object, to answer your question of which games suffer from devs getting too good in playtesting, Super Mario Bros. 2, Japan. It's got to be the original, strongest example of that phenomena. Oh. Also, before I switch to Yu-Gi-Oh!, I want to make sure I give this its full 3 hours of gameplay. I didn't start right away. I gotta beat at least one level. You know? That was pretty much how sequels were thought of at that time. Think of like Championship Load Runner. That was for people who had stone cold mastered Load Runner. Also, I did not know that, Darples. Tell me more. So this game is incredibly challenging. I think I can beat this now. It did floof. Super Mario Bros. 2 USA is a better game in every single way, in my opinion. It's among the best games on the NES, in my opinion. I know I am not alone in feeling that way. We're doing good so far. This is Frogger 1. Swampy's Revenge is on the wheel for me to play, but this is the first one. And even with the hundreds of games that I've streamed, this could potentially be in the top 10 difficulty-wise, and I'm really not kidding. It's eye-poppingly hard. A lot of that is down to constraints like an extremely restrictive timer. But a lot of it's just good old-fashioned difficulty. Also, what was the tape format? Was it DAT tapes? Like digital audio tape? Because I know those were sometimes used for like data archival. Oh, I see it. I see it now. Wow, those moving is almost vomit-inducing. On-stream ADR data tapes. Okay, so I can jump on those specific lily pads. So there's gotta be like a ramp. Let's go on the one that looks like it doesn't move. I hit the wrong button. No, I want to get over there. Can I get on the bird? Can I platform onto the bird? Okay, that tumbles you down. What, that kills you? Hey, River, that's not how rivers work. You should do better. Shit. only one away. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel now. I can do this. I'm giving myself positive affirmations about a Frogger game. I need to get up there. I'm not willing to risk it on a poorly timed jump. And I can get up here with a super hop. Can I now... Do I need to super hop onto the bird? It's gotta be. That's an insane solution. That's a crazy person solution. How's this the first level of essentially new material? Positive affrogmations, that's pretty good. It's gotta be. Well, okay, I'm on the bird. We did it. We cleared the first level. That's lunatic material. It is, Felly, but go get him. Game over. That's... Could you imagine beating this without dying? One time? I am gonna put my name on this one. I'm in awe of this game. Now we can play level 2. Bow Wow Falls. Has anybody made effectively like a ROM hack of this? That's my name, Dweller Dark. Has anybody made a ROM hack of this that is, for lack of a better term, normal? Like, not like this? I'll give this one another 10 minutes before I move to the second game of the night. Well, let's see. Looney Balloons. Let's try it. All the custom maps are even harder. That's crazy. So you're telling me the second game tonight is, as it says in the title, Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories, or whatever it's called, on... Oh. On PS2. Duelist of Roses, that's it. This stage looks nice. Highway Frogs Discord. Honestly, I feel like... Hello, Imva. Either remove the lives or remove the timer, and the game instantly goes up like 2 points, in my opinion. Because I don't think this is a bad game at all. It's in fact extremely intriguing. But it is so hard. Oh, you die. I feel like the near constant death in this game is undercutting the fun of exploration. It's really the same problem I had with Super Alfred Chicken on Super Nintendo, where the level design was at odds with the game design. Now, a lot of people tonight have mentioned that Swampy's Revenge, the sequel, is much more forgiving overall. So that sounds like something I could be interested in, potentially. Now, if I jump down there, I will die, I feel like. So I'm not going to jump down there. We got one! And then there's a balloon I can ride down, presumably. Because once you kind of start to figure out the what to do in a level, I'm finding this quite fun. Oh, what? They stopped halfway? They fooled me. Not that time he didn't. Maybe, actually, you know what it is? If I was like 9 years old and I got this game, you know, for Christmas or my birthday or whatever, I probably would have played it so much that I did get good enough to essentially do all the things the game is asking of you. In terms of, you know, memorizing the levels, even within extremely stringent time requirements. I think as a man nearing 40, with carpal tunnel starting to flare up, that maybe learning this game wouldn't be as fun as it would have been, you know, 30 years ago for me. So I think I've got to keep that in mind. But even at the time, even if I had played this as a kid, I probably would have found it a little too stringent in what it's asking. Or I maybe would have felt the lack of things like exploration, rather the constraints placed by a timer. Checkpointing, actually, maybe. Like, let's say you get a checkpoint where you resume from where you got the last frog. Hello, Bones. I think that potentially could be a good solution. 2 adds checkpoints. Everything I'm hearing is 2 is just a better game. Which means next time I go to the retro game store, I'm gonna be looking for a copy of 2. I don't like that they can just fall over and mess up your rhythm. Oh, come on! One more try. Right, exactly, Chappie. I think it's worth trying to remember that. I don't know, sometimes, you know, you have to remember that games might not be for you. I think that's an important consideration. I'm gonna laugh so hard if, like, Smash 6, a visibly worn and weary Sakurai comes out and says, "We listened to the fans," and the big reveal is tripping is back. Items can't be turned off. You know, just really do like the anti-game. Nope. You know, I will say, the more I'm seeing of the new Star Fox designs, I'm warming up to them. I kinda like it. I'll wait to see. My hope, and this might just be me, you know, huffing copium that they're making Star Fox 64 for like the 4th time. I want them to pull a Kid Icarus Uprising with it. By which I mean, you get to what looks like the end of the game. And then, psych, you're actually only a third of the way through. You thought you knew what you were playing, now it's all new material. I would love that. I think my ideal would either have been just visual design wise. Either continue from, you know, the new look that you established with Fox in the Mario Galaxy movie. Looks great, very cartoony, very expressive. Would be a new, you know, direction visually for the series, and I think it would be fine. Or go all in on the original Super Nintendo Puppets look. I missed. All right, I think it's time to switch to our second game of the night, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist of the Roses. A big thank you to Rosif for requesting this one. I'm now going to go pick up Frogger 2, Swampy's Revenge, because this was very fun, if very difficult. I suspect the sadistic difficulty is why you wanted me to play it. But know what? I cleared one stage. I'm happy with that. Oh, I mean, I wouldn't have minded the back seating, to be honest. Know what, though? I cleared one world, and I cleared 2 levels. So, I mean, it could have been worse. But now I actively want to play Swampy's Revenge. My ideas are how they fixed it for the sequel. I mean, that means I have the good idea, the right idea. A card, my kingdom for a card. I'm going to go no manual for this, Volpez, because people said you'd get the gist of it from the in-game tutorials pretty well. Also, just in interest of time, because I want to play at least 3 hours, and I don't count manual time towards that. And it appears to be a fairly thick manual. So I'm going in as blind and unknowing as I can. I also don't know how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't know if that'll matter. Yes, I know the meme, Volpez, don't worry. I don't think you're doing a hate speech. Also, holy shit. This is going nuts. Also, it never occurred to me that this isn't a card game. So I just never looked at this one. And maybe I've been missing out all these years. It certainly seems that way. Let's just say, new game. How knowledge am I on medieval English succession? Decently, actually. The British Empire in the 1480s. Well, it wasn't the British Empire yet. Britain as a body politic didn't exist. You had England. The Wars of the Roses, a power struggle between the houses of Lancaster, Red Rose, and York, White Rose, to decide a royal successor, was nearing an end. With the Yorkists well in the lead, the reign of Richard III was but a step away. And in France, Yugi, Henry Tudor! The last Lancastrian heir. Old. I gotta take a screenshot of this. I think it's Henry Tudor as Yugi. Actual War of the Roses. Where was Blue Eyes White Dragon? The last Lancastrian heir was being forced to live a life of exile. The Lancastrian forces were rendered powerless by ancient cards of sorcery wielded by Seto and his 7 followers, who, known as the Rose Crusaders, served under the flag of Lord Crawford, a powerful Yorkist nobleman. Lacking a duelist to champion their cause, defeat was imminent for the Lancastrians. In England, dual card games were still at the fledgling stage. Thus, the Lancastrians had to look elsewhere for a duel master capable of facing the Rosencreutz in battle. With this in mind, Margaret Mai Beaufort of Lancaster secretly requested a high druid to summon a duelist from another age. Holy fuck. Summoned from the mystic circle of red and white roses, the one capable of harnessing pure power. There was truth to the legend of the Rose Duelist. Lady Margaret, I did it. Now we have the means for defeating the evil forces of Rosencreutz. Oh, my apologies. In my excitement, I'd forgotten I was in the presence of the Rose Duelist. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Simon McMorrin, High Druid and Servant of Lancaster. May I be so bold as to ask the name by which the Rose Duelist would like to be known? This is an isekai, categorically, yes. If they summoned me right now, what would my clothes look like? An orange and blue flannel shirt, tucked into jeans. It is perfect for this, you're right. Bloom. A fine name indeed. Now here's the situation. The year is 1485 and you are currently in Stonehenge, near Salisbury. When did the switch from the Julian to Gregorian calendar happen? The British Empire, again, not British nor an empire, is in turmoil with the House of Lancaster's rightful claim to the throne being challenged by the Yorkist usurpers. The power struggle is referred to as the Wars of the Roses, a name based on the badges used by both sides, a red rose for the Lancastrians and a white rose for the Yorkists. Right now, our kingdom is threatened by the Yorkists and their wrongful claim to the throne. All because the Yorkists enjoy support of the Rose Crusaders and their sorcerous white rose cards. Using our red rose cards, we summoned you, Bloom, to this day and age. We hope that your dueling experience would defeat the Rose Crusaders and lead us to victory. You'll help us. Of course you will. Foolish of me to even doubt where your loyalties lie. Rumor has it that only the legendary Rose Duelists stand a chance against the power of Rosenkreutz. We appreciate any help you can provide against them. Before I forget, I should warn you that the rules to dueling differ here from those of your age. How would you know that? Simon, how would you know? Here in England, dueling is governed by what is known as the perfect rule. In addition to several minor distinctions, there are two major differences. One is the existence of movement or positioning. The other is the deck leader concept. These are two aspects of dueling that were lost in the process when the ancient sport of duel monsters was adapted to card form. The perfect rule represents these lost rules that were miraculously revived here in England. Perhaps a practice duel will serve better than an explanation. Shall we? Yes. Yeah, we're playing Commander. It's fine. I can't get over that. Yugi, Henry Tudor. Let's start with the basics of dueling. First, let me show you how to summon a monster. To bring a monster into play, you must summon it from your hand to the field. Now let's draw a card from your deck. I summon Dark Magician! Oh no, that's the deck leader. Currently, the card you're indicating is your deck leader, the Dark Magician. Let's order your deck leader to operate your hand. You can do this by selecting your deck leader and pressing the square button. See the blue square? That's the area where you can place your summoned monster. Let's place the monster in a position directly in front of your card leader. Line up the cursor by pressing the up directional button and press the X button. Then press the X button. This is your current hand. Apparently, there's only one monster in your hand that can be summoned to the field. This is because summoning a monster requires a certain amount of power. The spot currently indicated is where your currently available summoning power is displayed. At the start of a duel, you have 4 summoning power points. This amount will increase by 3 every turn, and you can accumulate up to a maximum of 12 points. When a monster is placed on the field, summoning power points equal to the monster's level are expended. Your current summoning power points total 4. Hence, the only monster card you can summon to the field is a level 4 monster, the Celtic Guardian. A lot of typos in this script. Not you can summon, your can summon. The dark cards are the monsters that you were unable to summon this turn. Now, let's summon the Celtic Guardian. First, move the cursor over to the Celtic Guardian card. Press the X button. At this point, if you wish to cancel your selection, press the circle button. To enter your selection, press the X button once again. You've now summoned the Celtic Guardian and the card is ready for battle. Now, let's attack your opponent with the Celtic Guardian. To control a monster on the field, you must first activate the card you wish to move. Yeah, come on, Bloom, what are you expecting, standardized English orthography for? That didn't come about until Webster. More than 300 years after this. Oh no, Blue Eyes White Dragon. This Blue Eyes White Dragon is your opponent's leader. Let's try to attack the enemy leader. First, let's activate your monster by lining the cursor over the desired card and pressing the X button. See the yellow square? This indicates the space where your monster can be moved to this turn. Your opponent's card leader is directly ahead. Let's move straight into the space. To move your monster, you must select your destination with the cursor and press the X button. The Celtic Guardian advanced 1 space, completing its move for this turn. Monsters can only move once per turn. However, a deck leader's summoning does not count as a move. Hence, the monster can move immediately after being summoned to the field. Since there's nothing else left to do this turn, let's end your turn. To end your turn, press the Start button. From this point, it's your opponent's turn. Yes, I think I understand. Now it's your turn. There's an enemy monster heading your way. Let's use the Celtic Guardian to eliminate the threat. To attack your opponent's monster, all you have to do is move your monster into the same space occupied by the enemy monster. A monster attacking another monster is referred to as a battle. The outcome of a battle is decided by the attack and defense factors of the respective monsters. Putting the outcome aside, let's attack. Remember how to move your monster? Let's do it! We killed that baby dead. You've eliminated your opponent's monster and moved 1 space closer to your opponent's leader. However, your opponent is now aware of your monster's strength and will probably bring a more powerful monster into play to retaliate. Now let's take a look at the factors that govern the outcome of a battle. This is very over-explainy, but that's probably for the best. Here's how your attack played out. Your Celtic Guardian was in the attack position. Your monster automatically assumes the attack position whenever it is moved. The attack position indicates that your monster has either moved or attacked. A monster that doesn't move and hold its position is said to be in the defense position. Currently, your Celtic Guardian and the opposing baby dragon are both in the attack position. The outcome of a battle is decided by comparing the strengths of each monster. In this case, both monsters are in the attack position, hence the attack factors of both monsters are compared. The attack of Celtic Guardian is 1400. The attack of Baby Dragon is 1200. As a result, the Baby Dragon is eliminated, and the attack difference of 200 is applied as damage against your opponent's life points. Now let's take a look at what might have happened if the opposing monster was stronger. Let's say your opponent had a Komori Dragon in play. With an attack of 1500, the monster is much more powerful than your Celtic Guardian. When you attack this creature, your Celtic Guardian is eliminated and you suffer 100 points of damage to your LP. What if the attacks were equal? Let's say a winged dragon, guardian of the fortress number 1, with an attack of 1400 is brought into play. What happens? Both monsters are eliminated, and neither player suffers any damaged to their LPs. Not damages, damaged. Now let's look at defense position. Hard Armor is a monster with a high defense factor. The card is currently horizontal, or in the defense position. A monster set in this position cannot move or attack. In battle, the defense of a monster in the defense position is used to decide the outcome. Although the defense of Hard Armor is fairly high, it is nothing compared to the attacking Celtic Guardian. Let's attack the monster. Hard armor is eliminated. Note that eliminating a monster in the defense position will not inflict any damage to the player controlling the eliminated monster. Good to know. Now let's see what happens if the defending monster is Aqua Madur. This card has a defense of 2000. What happens when you attack this monster with your Celtic Guardian? 59-24. That's fast. Your attack is countered, and the 600-point difference between the attack of Celtic Guardian and the defense of Aqua Madur is inflicted against your LP. Since your attack failed, your attacking monster is driven back to its original position. What if you attacked a Rock Ogre Grotto number 2, whose defense is equal to your monster's attack? Though no damage is applied to your LPs, your monster is forced back to its original position. That concludes our lesson on battle outcomes. Now let's continue with the duel. As you recall, your Celtic Guardian successfully moved into a position where it could attack your opponent's leader. Your opponent's leader is unsupported and defenseless, leaving it wide open for a direct attack. A direct attack is an ideal opportunity to inflict major damage to your opponent's LP. Attacking a leader will result in inflicting LP damage equivalent to the attacking monster's attack factor. Let's try a direct attack. The procedure is the same as setting up a battle between two monsters. You have now inflicted 1,400 points of damage to your opponent's LP. You're now on your way to victory. As you can see, it is important to avoid direct attacks as much as possible. You should act immediately whenever any enemy monster is approaching your leader. Currently, you're winning. However, your opponent may retaliate. With this in mind, summon a monster with high defense points. Let's use this monster to protect the front of your leader. Since it has a high defense, place it in the defense position. To set a monster into the defense position, follow the same step as movement and set the cursor over your monster card and select it for a move. Now press the L1, R1 buttons to toggle between attack position and defense position. Be careful that you don't move the monster to its destination space, as this will automatically set the monster into its attack position. Note that a monster card summoned on the field is initially placed face down and is hidden from your opponent's view. The card will be flipped face up whenever it attacks or is attacked by an enemy. You may also manually flip a card face up. To do so, select the card for a move and press the L2, R2 buttons to toggle the card face up or face down. Once you have the card in the desired position, press the X button to enter your selection. However, you should note that a face-up card cannot be returned to a face-down position. That's why you should be very careful when you manually turn a card face-up. Is there any advantage to doing that? Your opponent has now summoned a Kaiser Dragon, a powerful dragon-type monster. You don't have a monster that's strong enough to withstand an attack from this creature. Fortunately, you have a magic card on the field that's capable of stopping the attack of dragon-type monsters. In fact, this magic card is capable of preventing the movement of all dragon-type monsters on the field. Let's use the magic to stop the opposition and focus on continuing our attack on the opponent's leader. You can trigger a magic card by flipping it face up and completing its move. Flip the card face up in the manner described earlier. The control inputs are the same for magic as those for monsters. Let's try activating a magic card. You see why I didn't read the manual, Volpez? Because I knew this was going to be there. The opposing monster has been neutralized with the magic spell. Now let's go after the enemy leader. It really does just keep going, though. A duel can go either way. At times, you may find yourself cornered by a cunning opponent. There will be occasions when there's nothing you can do but accept defeat and go for a rematch. You may surrender a match by pressing the select button. This does count towards the 3 hours talking object. because I am playing the game. But don't give up too quickly. A well-played card could easily turn the tide of battle in your favor. That concludes our lesson on the fundamentals of how to battle in a duel. Now let's take a look at how a duel is settled. There are 4 individual conditions for deciding the outcome of a duel. One condition is to reduce an opponent's LP to 0. Your Celtic Guardian is about to execute a direct attack on your opponent's leader. Since your opponent... Yeah, we fucking get it, man. He'll be at 0 and we win. I understand. The following example is a more complicated situation for which the LP0 condition applies. In this scenario, the LPs of both players are 500 points respectively. Your opponent has a not too powerful Needle Ball monster in play. However, the monster has a special ability. When the monster is eliminated in battle, it automatically inflicts 500 points of damage to an opponent's LP. Strength-wise, the Celtic Guardian is far stronger than the Needle Ball. Now let's take a look at what happens when you attack this monster. As you can see, not as you have seen or as you can see, as you can seen, the LPs of both players have been reduced to 0. The result is a draw match. In this manner, the outcome of a duel is decided after all the triggered effects have been taken into account. Be careful that you don't get dragged into a draw when you have a good chance of winning a match. Another condition that decides the outcome of a duel is the occupation of summon areas. The areas indicated in blue whenever you attempt to summon a monster are called summon areas. If all of these areas are occupied by your opponent's forces, you will lose the match in play. To be more specific, if your opponent occupies all your summon areas at the end of your turn, you lose. If you find yourself surrounded, it is vital that you clear at least one of these areas before your turn is over. If your leader is in this position, that leaves you with only 3 summon areas. When you're at the edge like this, there are only a few summon areas, and if they're all occupied, you'll lose. Depending on terrain conditions, there are spaces that cannot be used as summon areas. In this situation, there are fewer summon areas, and if they're occupied by your opponent, you'll lose. Yeah, I get it! You said that already! The next condition for deciding the outcome of a duel is LP comparison, resulting from the clock running out on a duel. The time remaining in a duel is displayed in this location. The number of turns remaining will decrease by 1 following the completion of your turn and that opponent's. When the number of turns remaining reaches 0 and both players complete their respective turns, the outcome of the duel will be decided. In this case, the player with the higher number of LPs is declared the winner, hence maintaining a lead is a key strategy for the smart duelist. The final condition for winning is unleashing the power of Exodia, the Forbidden One. It is said that somewhere in this world there are 5 very rare cards known as Exodia, the Forbidden One, and its 4 forbidden limbs. Individually, these cards are weak due to the spells that bind them. However, once those spells are broken, an unstoppable force is unleashed. To release Exodia from the binding spells, the following steps are required. Yeah, I get it, man. You summon him. Exodia must be brought into play as your deck leader. Then you must position the 4 limbs of Exodia in the surrounding summon areas. From there, flip over to the attacking position. When you enter into your turn without any spells or controls preventing you from executing a normal turn, Exodia will be freed and your opponent will face hopeless defeat at the hands of this awesome creature. It's just giving us an Exodia cutscene. All right. Yeah. This concludes our lesson on victory conditions. It didn't even show us. Now let's take a closer look at some of the other details and rules for dueling. First, you should be aware that there's a limit to the number of cards that can be placed on the field. More tutorials. Here's a situation in which several monsters have been summoned to the field. This display shows how many monsters you have in play on the field at the moment. Each duelist can only place 5 monsters, respectively, on the field. Any attempt to summon a monster that exceeds the aforementioned limit will result in the summoned monster being reduced to dust. It did give me the option to skip. Likewise, only 5 spell cards can be placed on the field. You should take care to leave a summon area open so you won't find yourself in a situation where you're unable to play a key card. Now let's talk about the consumption and recovery of summoning power points. You told me that already! You get 3 per turn. You can only have 12. I got it. Summoning power points are required in order to summon a monster to the field. At the outset of a duel, each duelist has 4 summoning power points. Hence bringing a level 4 monster into play at the start of the duel. Yeah, I know how numbers work, man! We'll use up the total available summoning power points for that turn. Summoning power points spent in this manner will gradually recover as time passes. At the beginning of your turn, 3 points will be added. You told me. Points that are not expended will continue to accumulate. However, you'll not be able to accumulate over 12 points. Even in situations where the addition would exceed 12, you'll not gain beyond the amount. You told me! You told me this at the start! I'm not stupid! Some monster or spell cards can significantly help or hinder recovery of summoning power points. Use these to your best advantage. Now let's talk about spell cards and what happens in battle. When placed face down and unused, your opponent will not be able to tell whether you have a spell or monster card in play. Like monster cards, spell cards can be attacked and can initiate attacks. The face-up monster card is yours. Your opponent has a spell card. When a spell card is attacked by a monster, it is easily destroyed. If the game freezes and we do it again, that would be incredibly funny. Although a spell card can be easily destroyed, attacking it will never result in damage to your opponent's life points. Now you have a face-down monster card. In Monster vs. Monster battles, face-down monsters were turned face-up. Here's what happens with spell cards. As you can see, the spell card is destroyed, but the monster card remains face-down. As a result, spell cards cannot be used to discover the identity of a monster card. The only way to do that is to attack with a monster card. This is like a friend trying to teach you a new board game. Let's see what happens when a spell card is used to initiate an attack. Now, whenever I'm doing that with a friend, if I'm the one learning or I'm the one teaching, I say, look, I'll give you the basics, and then we'll just play a practice round, and you'll get it real quick. Because that's how normal people work. Similar to when it is attacked, the spell card is easily destroyed. This is still the case even if the monster card is in the defense position. The spell card is destroyed. Let's see what happens when you use a spell card to initiate an attack against an opponent's face-down monster card. Although it can't be verified, the card being attacked is a face-down monster card. As in the previous case where a monster card attacked and destroyed a spell card, the monster card remains face down. You should always remember that although spell cards are capable of powerful magic, they can easily be destroyed. When you bring a spell card into play, you should move it carefully. Now we'll take a look at what happens when your spell card attacks an opponent's spell card. The rules differ from those applied when battling a monster card. First, let's see what happens when you attack an opponent's spell card with a face-down spell card. In this case, the attacked spell card is destroyed and the attacking spell card succeeds in penetrating your opponent's defense. Initiating an attack with a face-down spell card will let you avoid having the card turn face-up when you wish to avoid it. The fundamental rule is that a spell card cannot turn an opposing spell card face-up in a battle. Let's see what happens when a face-up spell card attacks an opposing spell card. This time, the spell card is activated. It's important to remember the conditions for activating a magic card. A magic card is activated when it completes its move face up. Hence, regardless of whether a battle occurs, the magic card is activated since it completed its move face up. As a result, you should be careful about moving a face-up spell card. Now we'll discuss terrain effects. The field on which a battle is conducted consists of spaces with various terrain features. The majority of these terrain features have their own unique energy force and often strengthens or weakens a monster. Let's take a look at an example. Right now, the Celtic Guardian is in a space where the terrain has no effect whatsoever on the card. The result is that both attack and defense remain at 1400 and 1200 respectively. Now let's move the monster card to a meadow space. In this space, the attack and defense factors increase by 500. Since the Celtic Guardian is a warrior-type monster, it has an advantage when occupying meadow terrain. In this manner, whenever a monster is in its favored terrain, 500 bonus points are awarded. Another added bonus, when a monster is in its favored terrain, it's increased movement. If a monster starts its move in a favorable terrain, it can move up to 2 spaces. A monster card with increased movement capabilities is noted in this area. When a monster with this mark is toggled to movement mode, the card's increased movement area is displayed in this manner. Please note that a face-down card is not awarded terrain bonus. This time, the Celtic Guardian is face down. Let's try moving the card. Yeah, it's only gonna move 1! You just told me this! You don't need to tell me again! You literally just told me this! I get it! You can see that as long as the card is face up, the movement bonus can be used. Hence, to take advantage of the movement bonus, you must first turn the card face up. Yeah, I get it! You told me! This time we have a dark terrain space. Gyakuten no Megami is a fairy type which is not suited for dark terrain. When not affected by terrain, the Gyakuten no Megami card's attack and defense factors are 1800 and 2000 respectively. Now let's move it into an unsuitable terrain space. The attack and defense decrease to 1300 and 500. In short, whenever a monster ends up in unsuitable terrain, there's a 500 point penalty applied to the card. In short, yeah, fucking right. Since terrain can significantly affect the outcome of a battle, you should plan your destination before committing to a move. Since we're on the subject of terrain effects, let's talk about terrain with special features. First of all, there's the labyrinth terrain. The labyrinth is an extremely powerful obstruction and cannot be entered by most monster and spell cards, nor by a leader card. In addition, a labyrinth space cannot function as a summoning area. However, a card that has entered a labyrinth space by means of effects such as teleportation can easily exit the space and enter adjacent spaces. You can also initiate an attack against a monster located in a labyrinth space. Wall Shadow has the ability to freely enter or exit the labyrinth space. It is currently located in the labyrinth space. The Flame Swordsman has an attack capability that exceeds Wall Shadow. What happens when the Flame Swordsman attacks the monster located in the labyrinth space? Who gives a shit? You're going into, like, edge cases. As can be seen, the opposing monster is destroyed. However, Flame Swordsman cannot enter the labyrinth space. Aside from certain monsters, labyrinth is a space that can never be entered, making the space ideal for preventing an advance. Use it wisely. Crush terrain can be entered with no resistance and has no positive or negative effects on most monsters. However, this area is infected with a plague that will attack and destroy powerful monsters. Specifically, any monster with an attack of 1500 or more will be immediately destroyed under any one of the following conditions. A monster is summoned in the Crush space, moves into the Crush space, is located in a space that is transformed into Crush space, or is in a Crush space when either you or your opponent's turn ends. Exactly, Howl. Since the Celtic Guardian only has an attack of 1400, it is not affected by a Crush space, since Crush is not activated unless a monster has an attack of 1500 or more. On the other hand, the Flame Swordsman has an attack of 1800 that will activate the Crush. The effect of Crush space is deadly, however there are no restrictions to exiting and entering as an adjacent space. In short, if you find your monster moved into there by means such as teleportation, you can avoid destruction by immediately moving out of the space. Since it's activated by attack, a leader which doesn't have an attack or spell can move normally in the space. As can be seen, there are various special features for particular terrain spaces. The mark of a good duelist is how well he or she can use the terrain to his or her advantage. Now we'll discuss spellbinding. Spellbinding is a condition by which a card is unable to move as a result of a spell or other means. When a card is spellbound, it cannot be moved, flipped, or repositioned for attack or defense. Let's see what happens when the Celtic Guardian is spellbound. Gee, I wonder what's gonna happen! It's gonna be the things you just told me are gonna happen. Right now, the Celtic Guardian is unable to move due to a spell. The turn count for spellbinding begins the turn following the actual casting of the spell. So if a card is spellbound for one turn, it won't be able to move in the next turn and regains movement the following turn. Yeah, man! I know how words work! There are situations in which a spellbinding can last for more than one turn. In fact, there's a very dangerous condition, Eternal Spellbinding, which doesn't release the bound card no matter how many turns may pass. At the moment, Celtic Guardian is held in an eternal spellbinding. Under this condition, the Celtic Guardian will not be able to move no matter how many times you declare that your turn has ended. Instead, the number of turns remaining until the card is able to move, an infinity mark is displayed instead. Yeah, it's called Eternal! I get it! It is very difficult to break an eternal spellbinding. There are only a few monsters and spells that have the capability to free the spellbound monster. Aside from the aforementioned, the only other way to free a monster from a spellbinding is to destroy it. Now let's take a look at the most common form of spellbinding, the attribute binding. No, Waka, this was requested by Hanabi. The Parrot Dragon is a wind attribute monster. With an attack of 2000, it is much stronger than the Celtic Guardian. However, the Celtic Guardian is an Earth attribute monster which places it in a more favorable position against wind attribute monsters. The advantage and disadvantage of attributes are displayed respectively during a battle. Let's see what happens when the Celtic Guardian attacks. The weaker Celtic Guardian is destroyed, however the opposing Parrot Dragon is now spellbound for one turn. In this manner, a monster of lower attribute that survives a battle is spellbound in the turn that follows. The rule also applies even if both monsters survive the battle, as in a case where a monster is unable to destroy an opposing monster with a higher defense factor. Attribute difference can be effective when using a weak monster to render a stronger monster immobile. An opponent's powerful monster is in pursuit. You don't have any surprise up your sleeve and your leader is isolated, creating a dangerous situation. Even under such desperate circumstances, a good duelist will bide for time, believing in the summoned monster and the chance of drawing a card that could turn the tide of battle. Your belief in the luck of the draw could be the key to winning a battle. Among duelists, this belief is referred to as the destiny draw. Depending on how desperate a situation is and how gifted you are as a duelist, you may be granted the opportunity to attempt a destiny draw. It looks like victory may smile on you. This is your chance to draw the card that could turn the tables against your enemy. The destiny draw opportunity is signaled by flashing the area that is normally used to indicate you could summon a monster from your hand. Drawing when this condition is indicated will usually result in the drawing of a card that will help you in your current predicament. Try drawing a card now. Destiny Draw. Take a look at the last card that you drew, the card on the far right. It should be a card that will bail you out of your current situation. Using this card wisely will help you overcome your desperate situation. Well, what if I use it like a meathead? However, you should remember that a destiny draw depends on luck and only occurs once in a duel. When it might happen is anybody's guess. All you can hope for is that Lady Luck smiles on you when you most need it. And that won't happen if your hand already consists of 5 cards. If that is the case, all you need to do is reduce your hand in the following turn in hopes of triggering a destiny draw. Of course, if your deck is low on cards, there will be no destiny draw. Luck is an important element to victory. Even the best duelist could lose without the aid of Lady Luck. All cards are deeply bound to the duelist. Your experience is a vital key to strengthening the power of your deck. An indication of this is provided by rank, a record of a card's performance throughout all your duels. A highly ranked card will demonstrate the special powers unique to its nature when the card becomes a leader. Take a look at a Dark Magician ranked Field Marshal. At this rank, the card's special powers are extended support range, increased strength for same type friendlies, and weakened specific enemy type. Let's take a look at your opponent's leader. I'm losing my mind. The baby dragon has the following special powers. Since there are various special powers that evolve for each leader monster, we won't be able to cover them all. Thank fucking God. To understand the concept, let's take a look at the baby dragon situation. The best way to learn about the special powers of a card is to raise your own leader and watch it evolve through the course of battle. Baby Dragon has the power to turn any approaching enemy card face up for open viewing. Your Celtic Guardian is currently face down. Yeah, man, you just told me what he's gonna do. How much have I forgotten already? All of it. None of this is sticking. The Celtic Guardians automatically turn face up. Yeah, you told me that would happen. To find out more, you'll simply have to raise your own leader and watch the card evolve as you duel. That pretty much covers the rules of dueling. This tutorial is so poorly integrated that I cannot believe it. I had to take a screenshot of that. 45 minutes. "45 minutes. First, Bloom, you must select a deck to duel with. It is important that you feel the vibrations of a deck leader, the minute resonations that ring true to your soul. The cards themselves draw their power from the energies of the Ancient Ones. The deck leader acts as an intermediate between the Ancient Ones and the deck wielder. Bloom, it is essential that you select a card leader whose rhythm matches the stirrings of your soul. Here are several decks from which to choose. Give it some serious thought and make your selection. Choose carefully, for the deck you select will guide the destiny of your duels. Fairy King Truesdale, Cryule, Twin-Headed Behemoth, I don't know what any of this shit means. Now, what does average summon level mean? I mean, just going by the art, I like the two-headed behemoth and the fairy king. I'm gonna go with this one. I think he looks cool. I see you've selected your deck. That's the effect of the Celtic Red Rose cards. It looks like there's some truth to the rumor that Red Rose cards are capable of true transformation. Who's there? It's been some time since the Battle of Barnet, Old One. Rosenkreutz, what brings you here? Only a member of the Rose Crusaders may call me by that name. Okay, Seto Kaiba looks cool as fuck right here. If you recall, I told you once before you may only address me as Seto. Or does memory fail you, old man? And you must be the dreaded Rose Duelist. I must admit there's a certain aura of power emanating from you. I believe an introduction is in order. I am Seto, leader of the Rose Crusaders. There are members of our little group who prefer to call me by the name of C. Rosenkreutz. I ask again, what brings you here, Seto? Mind your manners, old man. What else could bring me here? I've come for the Red Rose cards. After all, it was you who showed me how the summoning capabilities would evolve when the Red Rose cards are combined with the transport powers of the White Rose cards. You aren't thinking of attempting the Forbidden Rose summoning. If so, then the Red Rose cards must never fall into your evil hands. Card sorcery taps into the power of the Ancient Ones. By their very nature, each card is a double-edged sword that can cut both ways. The Rose cards alone harness tremendous power. There's no telling what horrors one might unleash to the world by combining both red and white. I will sacrifice my own life if need be to prevent any from uttering the spell of doom. The spell of doom? Fool! The 16 red and white rose cards grant power over all. Druid legend has twisted the true meaning of these cards. We Rose Crusaders have sworn to create a utopia free from the ravages of war. We intend to accomplish this with the power of the cards. And we shall do so by extending the rule of Richard III throughout the known world. By the way, it was clever of you to form a circle of red roses within the White Rose barrier to summon the Rose Duelist. But you were foolish to come alone. This area is surrounded, and if you wish to leave with your life, you will do so only by handing over the Red Rose cards. Me? A fool? Then what about you? Are you fool enough to actually believe the Red Rose cards would remain here in my possession? Right after the summoning, I had the cards dispersed among our best duelists to keep them from your tainted hands. Then you leave me with but one option. I shall enlist the aid of your precious Rose Duelist. You take leave of your senses. Caleb, the writing is its peak. Give me more. And you speak too soon, old man. Heed my words, Duelist. If you wish to return to your proper time period, you will require 16 cards of the red and white roses. The red and white positions must be laid out in reverse of the summoning order to send you home. You know the spell? Since you need the 16 rose cards just as much as we do, I propose a partnership. Help us gather the cards and I shall guarantee a return after we've achieved our ultimate goal. An absurd proposal. Do you think that the Honorable Bloom would even lend an ear to your ridiculous proposal? Can you be so sure, old man? Please give me the option to side with Seto Kaiba. Let me see. Simon's side has 8 of the red rose cards, while my side, the Rose Crusaders, has possession of the 8 white rose cards. As the numbers are even, simple arithmetic indicates that you could side with either of us. But I'm sure you'll take into account who's winning this war. After all, who is desperate enough to summon you in the first place? I think it's quite clear which side is better positioned to send you home. Bloom, heed not the words of this power-hungry lunatic. He makes a great argument. Simon, must you resort to name-calling? I'm hurt. I'll tell you what, why don't we leave the decision to our dear duelist? After all, Simon, the duelist's future is not for us to decide now, is it? Well, yes, but... Splendid! In keeping with the tradition of the old temple gardens, I offer you a choice, Duelist. Here are 2 roses. The white represents me and the red for old Simon here. For the sake of justice, choose the red rose. Stand by my side, Duelist. Choose the white rose. I mean, I got dragged here against my will, sat through a long-ass tutorial. I'm going with the guy giving me a choice. A wise choice, Duelist. I see you're well-versed in judging a situation. Welcome to the Rose Crusaders. I'm honored. Okay, old man, it's time you made yourself scarce. What are you doing? Stop! No! Don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you. I just need you out of the way until everything's settled. Now let's talk about the red rose cards. Simon mentioned that he spread the cards among certain individuals just after summoning them. I think it's safe to assume that a large number of those individuals are his confederates currently located in France. I would like to ask you to enter France from Dover and retrieve those cards for our cause. I would go myself. However, I'm needed here to maintain our barrier against any invading forces. According to the legend, one must use a deck whose cost is lower than an opponent's to capture a rose card of another color. Remember, a deck that costs lower than that of the opponent is the key. I've also heard somewhere that the Celts inherited their red rose cards from the original inhabitants of Stonehenge. This would mean that our enemy, Yugi, who comes from a line of Welsh nobility, would likely have inherited one of the red rose cards. This means that those who oppose the Rose Crusaders are sufficiently equipped to duel against us as equals. Given their desperate situation, they will retaliate with everything they've got. It would be wise not to underestimate them. I'm depending on you. So we could go on either side of this, it looks like. Can I finally play the game now? The Rose Duelist! You dared to betray the hopes of Prince Yugi! I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. We're playing the game. Will I remember any of it? This is my guy. She's got the dancing elf. So let's summon... Storm Armadillo. Or Big Insect. Guess I'll end my turn. So let's see, I can summon... What type is he? Rock. What do I think of Frasier? It was a fine sitcom. I don't really care, to be honest. I kind of want to focus on the game now that I'm finally playing it. They're in a meadow, so they could be stronger right now. What else have I got? Now, what does this do? Oh, transform it into forest terrain. I see. She's just summoning cards crazy style here. Oh, we've got animations. The tutorial somehow left this part out. How did it do that? Well, that was sick. And we won. Quite handily, in fact. Now, can I move the camera in any meaningful way? No. You know what? I'll take the chance here. Oh no. I'm gonna lose this one badly. I'm sure there's an option to turn them off, but I want to see them. Our fart, unfortunately, is not nearly strong enough for this star with ripped legs. Shooting shapes at us. Star looks like the Hardee's logo. He really kind of does. Let's see. Ancient One of the Deep Forest. You look cool as hell. You know what? Oops, wrong buttons. I'll also summon... Now see, it would be really great if I could, like, cursor over these power-up card... Oh no, that powers up other cards? Somehow, despite the tutorializing, it didn't really explain all that much. Which is rather incredible. Well, yeah, let's just throw this guy out here. Let's see. I think I could potentially... That would bind it, I think. Starman called Superstar in Japan. Okay. See, I know absolutely nothing about Yu-Gi-Oh! I am now Hanabi. The tutorial for this game is maybe the most ridiculous thing I've ever experienced in my life. It was 45 minutes. Also, I immediately sided with Seto Kaiba. I lost it when in the very intro they said, you know, and Yugi, parentheses, Henry Tudor. I lost my mind. Let's see. Let's put him in defense. I'll put this guy in defense as well. I'm not doing very well so far. It did not, Hanabi. I don't even know what that means. What is this goat thing? The Ancient One of the Deep Forest. You know, I already forgot what a draw does. Doesn't a draw destroy both of us and not hurt either of us? Is that the right outcome? Alright, we gotta destroy both. I switched it to attack. What is this thing? Okay, if you mash buttons, you skip the animations. Let's put a Hercules beetle out. And what do anything with these guys. Gonna end our turn. That is a good one, Volpez. I'm getting smoked in this one. All right, we've seen this guy's animation. But it was dope, so I want to see it again. Yeah. I mean, don't you shoot laser beams from your sword? What's his attack? 2200. I don't have anything that can quite stand up to that. He's got something on a mountain there. Also, for everything it told us with the tutorial, it didn't tell us what any attributes do. Like, I straight up do not know. I could read the manual, but I'm not gonna. Get out of here, you stupid egg. $15 We could have had another, 30, 40 minutes for attributes. I don't have anything to answer that guy. Hello, Fizz. Welcome. You're here for some Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists of the Roses. Which, I know nothing about Yu-Gi-Oh! And this game seems completely insane. I've never played this before. The 45 minutes of tutorial at the start really were really something. I've also never played the card game, so I really don't know what's going on. Oh no, that got buffed. So we're both dead. Gotta move a little bit. Tentacle plant, you're toast. I'm skipping that animation. We know what's gonna happen there. Certainly seems that way, Waka. I might be fucked. What if I just run for a bit? Spellcaster of the Forest. If I lose, I do not have to do the tutorial again, no. What's over here? These are fairy type. That's light type that it affects. Have I had a chance to save? No, but I don't see that that matters. Or maybe I had a chance to save and didn't take it, but again, don't think it's really relevant. Soul of the Pure. Oh, is that really necessary? on her part. Let's see. So, fusion's a mechanic, you're saying? Didn't even know. Okay, that didn't work. No, the game didn't explain fusion at all. Not even in passing. Oh, I haven't seen this attack animation. Nope, didn't explain fusion at all. Despite all of this, I'm not dead. It's not over. It's looking pretty over, but it's not over yet. Oh, it's so over. Gotta just throw something out as a sacrifice here. Dump the hand for Fuse and Pray? I guess. Oh! We've got something. Neko Gal number 2? Wait, is that strong enough to do anything? No! Fuck. If only we had a tutorial. Let's see the character model. I'm loving these attack animations in general. The Deathnia is so good. We might be a little on the ropes here. It's not looking great. Okay, vial germs increase plant by 500. I don't have any of those. Let's, pray again, I guess. And... I mean, we're dead after this turn. I'm gonna surrender. I want to try again. Yep, hit to bricks. The tutorial told me that much. Ha! I'm greater than I thought I was. Taya keeps her 100% win rate. I can save the game. Oh wait, did I not put the memory card in? Hold on. There we go. Can I actually look at my deck? I'm gonna be honest. I'm taking one look at this, and my eyes have immediately glazed over. None of this means a thing to me. AP sort. Okay, so I don't have anything over 2,000. Attack. Can I swap things from here in? No, I'm just gonna try again. Also, I'm gonna have to look at that Hanabi. That sounds great. I gotta win some battles. I gotta see more characters. Or I could start over and go on the other side of the conflict. I can't remember. Do spells need to be placed face up for their effects to work? Depends on the type. So what I'm thinking now, this powers up plant monsters. So this guy should get a buff. That would buff insect types. So if that's magic, that needs to actively be used, not passively, right? Oh, they get fused to equip the buff. It's amazing that the tutorial covered absolutely none of that. I know I could have read the manual, but... I see. Do I play any card games? No. I'll occasionally play a game of Commander if friends need somebody to just be a body. Okay, that does work. Oh, I mean, I play card games. I thought you meant, like, CCGs. Mushroom Man number 2. Wait, if he's a warrior type, doesn't he get a buff in a meadow? He's not in the meadow, though. I'm gonna go in attack mode. So I feel pretty good about his overall stats. Let's try. I'll get absolutely dunked on, you stupid egg. We got him. And that should do significant damage to Taya, shouldn't it? Yeah. But now I've been revealed. Let's see. Wait. Right, I think I just gotta rush. Let's see, I could summon Stone Armadillo. That buffs plant type monsters. But Mushroom Man, despite being a Mushroom Man, is a warrior type, not a plant type. Sure. Abyss Flower is a plant, though, so we can... play that face up. You know what? I'm just gonna move him forward. Hope that he's strong enough to deal with whatever's coming. I think I'll move myself forward. Mushroom Man, you can stay there. Okay, it does look like she's trying to set up buffs for herself early. So I think I just keep moving stuff forward. What have I got in my hand? Do insects no longer get the bonus? No, that's because he was equipped with something. What about... So that turns spaces into forest terrain. I don't know what that does for me, potentially. Insect Soldiers of the Sky. I feel like combining those must do something. I'm just gonna try. Nope! Didn't do a damn thing. That's okay. Oh, powers up bugs and plants. If the interface had some kind of, like, glossary when you icon over it, would be super nice to know. Well, now knowing that, let's, actually, I'll do that in the other direction. We'll move this first. Then I'll do this. That forward as well. Mushroom Man, you can hang out here. Actually, I'll put you in defense. Okay, I feel like I'm starting to pick it up a little bit. Kind of wish I could, like, swoop the camera around to just get a dynamic view of the board for no reason. Oh, I did. You can zoom in and out. That's it. Let's see, nothing particularly... Oh wait, no. This would be strong as shit. I believe in my Abyss Flower. Does this feel like chess? No, not even a tiny bit. Oh, my Abyss Flower is about to get demolished. Ooh, the different environment has a different soundscape. That's nice. Abyss, more like a mist. Nice. However, no damage because it's in defense position. Honestly, the models and animations for the attacks are all pretty good. Certainly a little better than I was expecting them to be. Okay, this is a good position for us, though. How old is this game now? Let me check. I'm looking at the back of the box. Only seeing a copyright date for... Oh no, 2003. So, 23 years old. Let's see. War of the Monsters, what a game. Oh, I don't think it can take me out. For quite a while in the mid-aughts, card-based video games with other mechanics were quite popular. Now I'm thinking of like Lost Kingdoms on the GameCube, Baten Kaitos on the GameCube, this, a lot of them. The style of the time, I suppose. PSO Episode 3. Yeah, they were the like big fashionable wave at the time, I suppose. Metal Gear Acid. You know, I do have Cartia on PS1. I found Metal Gear Acid okay. I want to get a pincer going here. I hope I'm not overextending myself. This is strong enough I can probably attack whatever this is successfully. Feels risky, but I'm gonna do it. Success. Nice. Boss Hog, you gotta get your PS2 out. Still one of the best systems of all time. Oh, transforms when combined with Cocoon of Evolution. Don't have one of those out. Reduces all monsters located in vertical horizontal spaces by 300 when destroyed in battle. Oh, so it's kind of worth just sending one of these guys out there. I do wonder... I think the Switch one could do it if it gets... It's never getting a price cut, again, at this point, with the way memory prices are. But... yeah, the Switch got super close and Sony said, actually, we recounted and we actually sold 5 million more PS2s than we thought. Which is extremely funny. It might even be true. You know, I'm not saying that it isn't. Just that it's very funny. Oh, that was an ineligible space. I could see the Switch one still moving units around the holidays with a well-priced bundle. Oh, I have too many monsters on the field. That makes sense. I forgot. They even told me in the tutorial and I forgot. I am gonna pick up a Switch 2 before the price hike goes into effect. They got me with that one. I understand why the price is going up. It sucks, but what can you do? Prices on everything are going up. Did not feel good when I put gas in my car the other day. Am I winning? I'm actually quite close. I just need to get in there and deal a killing blow. And I'm quite close to being able to do it. Getting a lot of cards that don't seem great. What if I move first? Fusion dump. So I could literally just dump my whole hand like that. See if anything happens. Oh, something happened. Oh, good old Neko gal. She just keeps summoning stuff. I don't have anything with enough movement speed to get in her way. Oh, now I do. Let's toss Neko Gal there. Unfortunately, I can't summon anything else. How is this speedrun under an hour? Yeah, I forgot about Mushroom Man number 2 over there. Imagine showing this scene isolated to somebody who has never seen anything about this before and saying, try to guess what kind of video game this is. Yeah, LSD Dream Emulator. Ray and Temperature is that card. Wait, how'd she do that? Okay, I don't think it matters. I think we actually have a win condition now. Acid Trap Hole. Oh, when you move over your own cards, you destroy them. Didn't know that. Twin Long Rods number 2. Petite Dragon. So that disposable trap that triggers against the monster with attack of 4,000 or below and destroys it. Does it need to be face up for that to work? Or isn't the whole point that it's face down? Face down. Oh, it's a trap. And does attack or defense position matter? Well, I'll put it in attack position, because then wouldn't it... Or no, because it's a spell, it doesn't do damage. Shifting your cards to defense there is pretty smart. Do I have anything that can buff my guys? I need to get, like, spells. It's like, I gotta take a chance on the defense here, you know? Right, that's what I'm trying to do, Hanabi. I think it might be in my interest to dumpster another hand's worth of guys. Does she have light monsters out that I can see? No, those are fairy type. Okay. We're closing in here. Do I have the... Know what? I've got an idea. I could summon... like a chump and send it in to reveal what the card is. Not this turn, but it's an option I have. I think we're in a good position. Because they're keeping everything in defense to keep themselves safe. The fact that they haven't moved it to attack makes me think they're probably weaker than what I have. But I'm gonna sacrifice the Korogashi, because it should be a debuff to them anyway. What's your range? Right, I think I just waited out one more turn. I have no idea, talking object. I'm gonna find out. See, I'm glad I didn't just test it, because then my best attacker would have been taken out. Or been rendered, that defense was too high. Wait, what? Why was it not destroyed? Oh, because they're in defense. Oh, I might be fucked now. I don't have anything here that would help, and I couldn't summon it anyway. I think I gotta push with Nekogal. And see... roll the dice. Believe in the heart of the cards, or whatever. And... attack meets even defense. It's a draw. Do your best, Nekogal. You're right, the insect can kill. And Nekogal revealed that. So now I think I have to move this here. Though I'm still gonna get, I think, directly hit by ray and temperature and just die. I think I'm dead no matter what. Unfortunately, I don't think I can get rid of Megami. Yeah, Forest was giving Rose extra power. If I think I gotta move Rose Spectre here. Okay, I think actually I should still win on next turn. Let's see. This is fine. Because even if she was in attack mode, the deficit wouldn't be enough to hurt me. So now, we win. Rip Bozo! I can't believe I won that. That came down to one turn either side. This is pretty fun. How is the speedrun for this game under 1 hour? All we got gambling. Let's gamble. Petite Angel, get. Hourglass of Life, get. Goddess with the Third Eye, get. They must be using a broken deck. But still, 1 hour? The tutorial was 45 minutes. I guess I lost. It pains me to know that I lack the strength to protect my lord and love. Well, we're saving. Right. Let's try. Hold it. You're the one they call the Duelist, right? If you want to go any further, you'll have to face me and my Crab Walker strategy. Is the other path easier to anybody who's played this as knowledge? Someone said it is. We've got varied environments now. But not the Crab Walker strategy. Yugi, Henry Tudor, route is easier. Should I reset the game and do level 1 in that route as well? Just to see what it's like. Yeah, you know what? Why not? I kind of want to see it as well. And it won't take long to get to that point. Because I'm not going through that tutorial again. Which was somehow incredibly long and unhelpful. Game design. You love to see it. I do want to watch the intro again, though, because it's dope as hell. This opening is so cool. Maybe they were just feeling it, Hanabi. They just went nuts with the guitar. All right, let's try the other route. The British Empire. This is the part that absolutely killed me. Yugi, Henry Tudor. Hello, Aaron. I think the Japanese just thought the War of the Roses is kind of a cool setting. Because it is. You did miss Frogger. It's really hard. Though it makes me look forward to Frogger 2, Swampy's Revenge, which is apparently much better. You know what? Your name affects things, so this time... go with a longer name and see what it does. That sounds like it might be 2, because if it was 1, I think you'd remember it because the difficulty is shocking. So how does he know that dueling is different than my time? You summoned me. Let's not play a practice duel. Also, you're not even playing a practice duel. You're watching the longest non-interactive tutorial of all time. Robotic Knight. The Illusory Gentleman. Also, this text is almost unreadable. I'm thinking Robotic Knight looks pretty good. But I'll leave it to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Knowers here. Robotic Knight or Illusory Gentleman? How will you know how to play the game? You're just gonna have to figure it out. I feel like fewer attributes and races are probably a strength, so let's do Robotic Knight. I wish there was a way to skip through all of this dialogue, but there isn't. Okay, we're not gonna side with Seto Kaiba this time. Even though he makes a really good offer and it seems more reasonable to me. We were brought here against our will, and then he gives us a choice, you know? I'd go with the choice. Also, Kaiba's armor is so tough looking. He looks so goddamn cool. Alright, let me make my choice. Are there Yu-Gi-Oh games on like current gen consoles? Or is it all like apps now? Master Duel? Collection of portable ones. Isn't the Game Boy Color one almost literally impossible or something? Oh wow, this is very different already. I present Prince Yugi, last Prince of Lancaster, a true Welshman, and the hope of we who call ourselves Celts. My lord, I present Professor Bloom, the Rose Duelist. You serve us well, Simon. My mother was wise in summoning you from Scotland. You honor me, sire. Duelist, I am Yugi. Actually, Henry Tudor is my name, but I find it tiresome. You may call me Yugi. That's getting screen capped right away. Hold on. I'm sure Simon explained our situation, but it's only right that I request your services myself. I need you to return to England and put an end to the threat of the Rose Crusaders. Their white rose cards form a barrier that prevents my armies from setting foot on British soil. Although we Celts have the red rose cards, we are but inheritors who are unable to wield their full power. In the hopes of reversing our fortunes, we gambled on a druid legend that spoke of a rose duelist. According to the same legend, one must use a deck whose cost is lower than an opponent's to capture a rose, card of another color. I believe that it is important that you keep this in mind. The cost of your deck should not exceed the cost of your opponent's deck. I would like you to note that our resources have been pressed to the limit, requiring us to invade England by August. My troops will land in Milford Haven, Wales, and march on to face the enemy at Bosworth Field. Having all of the Rose Crusaders out of commission by this time would be ideal, but as that might prove difficult, any reduction of their force would be appreciated. Right then, let us part company and reunite in Bosworth. Simon will provide you with the details as to where and when we'll meet once more. Let's do it. I went all the way back to France just to go back to Wales now. We're landing at Holyhead? Anglesey? Why are we enormous? Choose a destination. Weevil Underwood. Oh, we could go to Chester or Tewkesbury. Let's go to Chester. So you're the legendary Rose Duelist. Prepare to face the sting of my insect deck. Yeah, he finds that name tiresome, teacher. He prefers to be called Yugi. Alright, let's do it. Got Legendary Swordsman, Steel Scorpion, Lesser Dragon, Cyber Commander. We can buff machine monsters with him. Let's put out Brave Scissor first. Then we'll put that guy up in defense on our next turn. I do like this track more than the other one as well. Oh, you're attacking me? Well, you're gonna win. Damn. I thought my attack was supposed to be buffed, or was that with a buff? That was with the buff? Okay. Warrior. don't have anything as strong as that. I'm being put on the defensive right away. That's not great. Any of these have a special. We can create a wasteland. That guy's not a machine type. Or is he a machine type? No. I'm confusing the attribute with the type. He's trying to fuse stuff right away. So much for my buff. All right, I've seen his attack already. This is a bad start for me. Nothing remotely capable of standing up to him. Let's dump some chumps. Try not to get rushed out of existence right away. It's not going well. I think I just don't understand the game all that well yet. But I'm getting walked all over by just this one thing. Anything remotely capable of standing up to him? Not quite. Getting close. Okay, that could be useful if I get the thing I need. About all I can do at present. It might be a bad matchup. I might need to surrender. I'll fight it for a little while. See what I can do. Bear trap. Right, you have branching paths, so you can afford a little experimentation, I suppose. Masaki, the legendary swordsman. Doesn't seem that legendary to me, to be quite honest with you. Zombie warrior seems okay. Let's just summon him. Why not? See, if you're on defense, I can't do shit about it. Oh no. Block attack. You're just gonna stop me moving? Okay. Jerk. Wasn't very nice. Darkfire Dragon. Bear Trap. No, I don't think I have anything worth doing. Yeah, attack 3,300, 2 paragraphs of text. I just gotta get some dudes on the field, I don't know. Right, you want him in the wasteland. And I need this guy to just make a move against me or something. Also, it seems like all the computer AI decks have tons and tons of, like, spell cards and environments and stuff. And mine's just been all dudes. Okay, that'll be even. That's totally okay. He's way the hell over here. Let's do something bold. I've been noticing it's stark, the difference. They definitely weren't kidding when they say you're on the, like, underdog position. I mean, I guess I'm at least forcing him to tip his hand and even spellbind some of his cards, maybe. Or maybe not. I might just be hosed. I might want to hit the bricks on this one. This does not seem like a winnable matchup. Burglar. He's just a dude. I'm hitting the bricks on this one. Let's try the other route. Yeah, the one weakness of a giant robot. Bugs. Let's go here instead. A dinosaur deck. That seems like the case to me, Hal, both because you need to learn how to play the game, and your starting resources are very poor. Oh, we want this. Is that a... Okay, that's a spell. So we use that one time. he just dumped his whole hand. Mechanical spider. Let's throw a zombie warrior in there. Okay, he's using a similar strategy. What does Sparks do? Oh, just hurts me a little bit. They do whatever the devs felt like. Honestly, hell yeah. I fuck with that. Imagine if that pot shot took you out. How bad would you feel? It'd be kind of incredible. Let's see what you got. We gotta... This is gonna end up in like an all-out war in the center. Because I don't know how else it could go. Oh, that was close. I love when it just has slowdown like this. Oh no! What the fuck kind of cards does this guy have? Why are his dudes so strong? That's crazy. That hurt a lot. I thought you couldn't go into Labyrinth. Oh, I have some dinosaurs too. It's not gonna help though. Yeah, the tutorial was very specific that you can't go into the labyrinth. Yeah, the tutorial covered in depth that there's one dude who can go in the labyrinth. It spent quite a lot of time about it. Let's dumpster... these guys. Oh, wait! That's kind of sick. I think I've just got to fight a war of attrition and defense until I have things that are useful. See, you're getting it, Volpez. If you try to go in the labyrinth with the guy who can't go in the labyrinth, he's blocked because he can't go into the labyrinth. It's very sensible and clear. It's wild that fusing your monsters is a big part of this game, and they just don't say anything about it. Like, that's nuts. So this avenue's effectively blocked unless I can get another buff. So is this one. Ooh! Okay. He's strong. I guess just do that. And go around the outside. Have a guide or blindly luck into it. You know? I kind of fuck with it. I just have stalemates set up at this point. It's kind of hysterical. Now we just start moving this guy. And hope I get some more buffs. Just dumpster 2 guys per turn otherwise. Okay. Man, I really got nothing but just dudes for my cards. That's it. Oh, good point. Ah, good call. Mechanical Spider could be the same. Is the same. Oh, I forgot I can check that. The AI knows what you've got anyway. Wait, can this attack at a distance? No. What have I got? Got some strong-looking dudes, but I mean... They're just dudes. None of them are strong enough, so fuck it. I'm gonna dumpster a whole hand and see what happens. Oh! You got something right away. Oh, that's funny as hell. I can't even be mad about that. So we're just at a draw. He's just not gonna do anything. It's kind of incredible. see. Well, that guy's got crazy defense. But, I could... do this. Oh, shit. Oh, I fucked up. I fucked up terrible. I fucked up crazy style. Oh, well. Oops. Well, nice to know you, Dice Armadillo. You're done. Whoops. We make some mistakes. Yeah, he's dead. You don't gotta show me. I know it happened. It was my own fault. Now we're in some real kind of trouble. You did not need to heal yourself. Not even heal. You increased your LP that you started the fight with. That's fucked up for real. And I'm dead as hell if I don't get something good right here. Oh, I sure didn't. Any of you do anything? We're gonna Hail Mary it. Nope. I think that's game over for me. Unless we get real lucky. I have no answer for this guy. Megazowler is walking right over me. No, this does not seem any easier than the other route. But, I've got no options, so... that's what we have to work with. Okay, we do have a guy who will have enough defense, but I'm not going to be able to summon him unless I can avoid doing anything for a turn, which I can't really do. So that's not great for me. Oh wait, I can destroy this now. Yeah, okay. We press now. I don't think he can take the other one, but... this one we can take. Then I can apply pressure up the center. Or swoop in for defense. God, that guy looks cool. Yeah, he could take on the Megazowler as well. Okay. I gotta press a little bit now, though, with Steel Ogre Grotto number 2. Oh. All of a sudden, the tables have turned very favorably. Heart of the cards, baby. I didn't even notice. The other guy's name was Little D. Sorry, Little D. Just couldn't do it. That's way too funny a name. Big D is back in town. This game might be good. I barely know what's going on, but I am having fun. That's incredibly funny, Hanabi. I love that kind of fucked up game design, where it just lets unintended consequences happen. Now get the fuck out of my face, Mega Zowler. You've been annoying me this whole time. You're done for, mister. I also like how much just rolling the dice and saying fuck it helps you in this game. Like, you have to do that. Yeah, the "it's so over, we're so back" cycle is very strong in this game. And I'm not mad about it. I was just biding my time. Waiting for the right moment to strike. We might have him fucked real soon. I'm not gonna cast Sparks on him, even though I really kinda want to. Go on and attack my weird wizard. You'll win. I like how they're just floating above the wasteland. Not, you know, on the ground. It's kind of cool. Good noises. Okay, things are about to get real interesting. He can only hit for 1,800, but I have 1,700. I might be fucked. Or I might have to sacrifice my own dude. No, I don't have to sacrifice my own dude. Oh, I have 3,200. I was looking at the wrong one. Okay, we're good either way. And GG's. Steel Ogre Grotto number 2. The MVP. Literally just sent him around the outside. Yeah, robots beat dinosaurs every time. We all know this. Gamble! Anthrosaurus, get. Red Medicine, get. Two-Headed King Rex, get. Those all seem pretty good. Saying GG easy no re in Yu-Gi-Oh! And getting banned for unsportsmanlike conduct. What? Me? Lose? I don't believe it. I obtained a rose card. The path branches further. Well, let's save. We could go down to Cornwall. Exeter down here. Or to St. Albans. Well, what's going on the wheel, Baxter Crook? Kinnikuman Kinniku Okurai Sodatsten. Or Sodatsten. On FDS. You got it. I can't play any FDS game, so you're good. Also, please do tell me your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! Ruling. I want to go to Cornwall. Can I not go that way? Okay. Let's take him on. Oh, I see. So I never played Yu-Gi-Oh, Mike, and I know nothing about it. So this whole time has just been very interesting for me. Two gimmicky promo cards. One lets you offer a handshake, and if they take it, you split your life points evenly. Another forces the handshake, or you instantly forfeit. You only agreed to the concept of a handshake. That's very funny. Does this make me want to play Yu-Gi-Oh? Absolutely not. I don't really like TCGs. Nothing against this game specifically. Oh no, he got me. If I were a tournament organizer for things like, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh, Magic, Smash, whatever, I would be extremely unpopular and be very strict about personal hygiene. Literally, showers and deodorant are mandatory. You will be asked to leave if somebody complains that you smell bad. Yeah, get a hose, just spray people down. Steel Ogre Grotto number 2, my goat, coming out. That's true. You do need some kind of objective measure. Or just be tyrannical and be like, nah, I see the grease in your hair. Go shower. Get out of here. We got a deodorant station over there. Go clean up. Oh, I love them. Yeah, the grease helps me fight. Oh, that's funny, Frost King. Wait, did they actually American Pineapple? Oh, shit. Well, so much for my big boy. He's done. He's dead as hell now. Well, it was a good one turn while we had him. That hurt a lot, too. Clean up their act. Boo! Oh, we're in a bad situation now, folks. Oh, we're done. Or very nearly. I have absolutely nothing that can stand up to that. So, we're gonna throw the Hail Mary of all Hail Marys here. Nope. How's this guy just summoning, like, his number one dudes right off the rip? Oh, I got nothing that can touch this guy. Have anybody that at least... This is the best I got. I should probably just surrender, but... Yeah, it's called cheating. Deal with it. Yes, yes, I know you're gonna kill me. I think this is game. He's got me. Yeah, I think I'm dead no matter what here. Unless... Nah. Oh, that didn't work. Yeah, we're dead. Ouch. You lose. Do we get to try again, or does it give us a game over? Oh, I just get to try again. Now, I think I could just adjust my deck, right? To become lower cost or lower power. How do I swap something in? Nope, wrong button. The UI on the deck menu is inscrutable. Let's try that again. How do I swap a card? You have this game, Frost King? You should try it. How do I swap one for another? Nut. There we go. So how do I... Okay, it's a different button. Sure, man. Get out of there, little D. Do you mean no current deck has been built? I'm in it. How do I save what I've done? What do you mean? I'm so confused right now. Oh, you need 41 cards. That wasn't clear before. I'm trying to lower the cost of my deck. Nope, that was the wrong button. Oh, that gives you... Oh, you can check out their character models. Oh, and that's kind of sick. Whoops, I keep hitting the wrong button, though. The UI manages to display too much information and none of the information I actually want to see. It's quite remarkable, if you think about it. Wait, is my deck now properly formed, or do I need... Oh no, I need 2 more things still. Why are some eligible and some not? Yeah, Steel Ogre Grotto number 2, Bat. I don't understand the rules for sorting this deck at all. So I need 4 more cards. I want them to be cheap. Why can't I add these? I don't understand. My attack's still too high to fight this other guy. Alright, we just squeaked under the line. Let's try this guy. Maybe it'll go better. Well, the wasteland is good for my guys, I think. For a number of them. Space Megatron. He's a pumpkin. I don't even care about revealing what I've got. I feel like if I can keep my guys in the wasteland, for the most part, should be in okay shape. Well, I'll dare him to attack me. Surely that won't go poorly. If I just blitz him right off the bat, you know? Who knows? Maybe it works. What have I got for summons? Another one. Do any of these have a special power? No. Brave Scizor did me well last time. You know what? I'm gonna apply pressure. This game assumes a lot out of you, Delson. changed type. Wait, what? I don't understand any of what that happened. If this was your first video game, I don't know that you're playing a second. And I don't mean to say that this game is bad. I just think you probably wouldn't play another video game. You'd be like, you know, I don't know what all the fuss is about. I'll do something, you know, outdoors instead. Send a little pot shot. The music in this one is cool, I'll give it that. You could Dock Smasher, but then you'd be around Yu-Gi-Oh! Players. Who someone is explaining earlier that there are now actual official rules about hygiene. Because it was enough of a problem for a long enough time, apparently. Which doesn't surprise me, really, but... He did eat his soul. Little D did his best. Neither of my dudes can hurt that guy. Please, some magic. Nope. Pendulum machine's the best I got. That was a guy, Dock Smasher, very famous for doing that with Magic the Gathering. I don't know if it's the same as the guy doing it with Pokemon, but he's very famous. Gonna take a... No, I'm not gonna take a risk. Because if I get one buff beyond what I've already got, we'll be cooking. These guys are not very good. This dumpster part of our hand. Nothing. Basically just throwing him out to die on purpose. That's okay. Unfortunately, we are now at our card limit. Kind of in a stalemate here. I need this guy to get bold and just try and attack. He's not gonna, though. Which makes me think this one would lose. But then if I open myself up to attack mode, I will get killed. How's it treating me? Surprisingly kind of alright. I'm not even gonna act on this turn. Wasteland Machine. Do I believe in the heart of the cards? No. Still nothing but dudes. I got a guy that can push up to kill his graveyard guy. That's right, I do. Fortunately, he still only moves one. 250. Okay. He can't move two and get me that way. The opponents do seem just straight up stronger than you to start in this game. Oh wait, 22. Okay, I still can. If this guy doesn't start making moves, I am gonna wipe him out. Oh, he's making moves. Never mind. Whoa! Pump King, the King of Ghosts. Oh my god, he's got a little hat. What was that scream? Stop making that noise. Hey, is that not what the deck leader is? Why is he just in his own deck? The fuck? We might need Steel Ogre Grotto number 2 to come save us again, but that's not even enough. Am I winning? I was about to, and now I'm very decidedly not. I can do a little damage, though. I might want to. Also, the cursor design in this is fucking awful. I mean, really and truly. Don't show me a big red cross. Just tastefully highlight the border of what I'm selecting. This time I sided with Yugi. Machines do not benefit from Meadow, I don't think. Only Warrior. But even stepping out of the buff zone there, it was still enough that I could get a hit in on him. More importantly, remove him from this guy's attack. Yeah, you have very little control over what's going on most of the time in this, Jones. Unfortunately. I've still got no answer for that Pump King. Well, even my best guy is still nothing. Do I risk it with his dude in the meadow? No. I am gonna press slightly here. He's just defending, so I can't even swing on him. I'm gonna chill for this turn and see what happens. Oh, that's bad. That's no good at all. Not as disastrous as I thought that was about to be. I still lose. But it's not over. Now, did he get another buff by going on Wasteland? Oh, this is really bad now. Okay, we're skipping this animation. We've seen it. This is ugly now. So we're gonna move and we're gonna see what we got. Problem is we just keep getting guys. We need not guys. What's been my favorite card so far? It's gotta be my boy Steel Ogre Grotto number 2 right here. Jones, I have zero clue how to play any form of Yu-Gi-Oh, including this. This is basically not really Yu-Gi-Oh, is my understanding. What I'm angling for is to not get hit for enough damage to die right away. To remove that immediate threat against me. So positioning your commander, to put it in Magic terms, is very important in this. Problem is now he can swing for 300 on me. Yeah, the game has commanders. So the Pump King that's in the corner, that's the commander. That's who I need to kill. And mine is the giant robot. He also just has a Pump King card in his deck, which is horseshit. Also, the game's tutorial does not tell you that fusion is a mechanic, even though it is apparently very important. I'm not gonna take a mystery swing here. He can still defeat me. I'm gonna switch to defense to lock it down. What are his... Transforms Wasteland into battle when engaged. You know what? That might actually be worth... expanding that a little bit, potentially. Let's try. It's pretty fun, Jones. Also, I got one-shotted in the start of the story text because immediately from the word go, they introduce Yugi as Henry Tudor in the actual War of the Roses, which is one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. But I've done it now, so I gotta live with it. Transform stuff into wasteland. It also has one of the least intelligible UIs I've ever seen overall. We're gonna risk something stupid here. That should have killed him. Right, he must have a spellbind effect. Okay, when flipped face up. Oh, God. It sure does. His Pumpkin is becoming completely unkillable. Unfortunately. Well, he's still spellbound for another turn. Is there a mechanic by which you can just recycle a card that's already on the field, or are they just out there now? Summon on top and it fuses. And so if it doesn't fuse, it just replaces it, right? No, I streamed that a year ago, Eerie Gray. Didn't really expect that, but Dice Armadillo's looking pretty strong right now. I'll let him chill for a bit. Boy, they just keep buffing. He needed a princess before he busted. Frogger PS1, I've got to say, shocked me with how hard it was. It was fun, but boy. That was pretty good. Hit him for 600. Problem is, we're effectively locked in a stalemate because of this Pumpkin. I'm gonna start doing something really dumb. You know what? What if... Thing is, I don't know anything about what makes a fusion. There are field cards. You can transform terrain. I'm gonna just start moving him and try to go around. Because I need to destroy whatever the fuck that thing is. No, I don't have access to those, G-Man. Problem is, if I move someone vulnerable too close, Pumpkin will kill me. I'm not willing to give up. Dice Armadillo is too good to waste. But Cyber Commander is giving our machines increased power. So I can't recycle him. We're just locked in... He just keeps buffing. What is he waiting for? Bro could just start wiping me out. Why isn't he? What number does he need to reach to be satisfied? Okay, now he's gonna kill a guy. I mean, even if he's focusing on defense, he could just wipe me out. Like, my cards are a known value. Know what, though? I don't mind this because I did get somebody revealed. Why does he have a bone goatee? Because of the wasteland effect, G-Man. Hey Simon, how's it going? Let me shout you out. What were you up to? Playing Duke 3D, very nice. I've still got my CD somewhere. How far'd you get? Was it a Hollywood Holocaust you were playing? Incredibly, we've done a decent amount of damage to this guy because he's kind of an idiot. And has not pressed any of the advantage he has. Thing is, I don't know why he wouldn't just wipe me out at this point. Because he can. Like, he unequivocally can just stomp me, but hasn't. Which is very confusing. Still have nothing worth the summoning. I mean, the AI is kind of stupid, I know, but I should have lost this 10 turns ago. So the fact that I haven't is insane. So, the incredible thing I learned, the speedrun for this game is apparently sub 1 hour. Which is unbelievable. I need to watch it and see what can that possibly be like. You know what? Dice Armadillo isn't doing shit for me. So we're gonna just throw some shit at him. See what happens. That's fine. I have not played Dungeon Dice Monsters. Oh, he's starting to move people. Oh, hold on. We finally got something useful. Oh wait, no, that's only on one machine. I'm an idiot. I've used it wrong as a joke. Even if I maneuver it over to him. Look at this pumpkin! This is obscene. I'm gonna have to run like a decoy to absorb a hit. Oh my god. Well, I'm gonna... just to be safe. Yeah, we just gotta wait a turn. Jesus Christ. Very curious how he's started to move two specific cards. $3,200. Jesus Christ. Not nearly enough. Oh, we can heal ourselves. Can I use Wasteland if I don't think I can summon this, can I? Or can I because it's not a not a card, it would just happen right away. Oh no, we're okay. There's actually no change, but that's fine. Just kind of need to get rid of a card. Actually, if he continues his weird, inexplicable non-aggression, very theoretically, I could win by running the clock down, because I would have 50 more LP. That attack stat is obscene. There is still theoretically a path to victory for me. And it mostly depends on him not pressing the attack, which he seems to now have decided to do. So, I don't know. What can Rock Ogre Grotto number 2 do for me? Or Invader of the Throne. That feels like someone who would have a good combo. We're gonna start throwing out some Hail Marys real soon. And just kind of see what happens, you know? The real question is, will he press an attack? It seems like no. Somehow, we theoretically still have a path forward. Somehow this is not impossible yet. Mostly because the AI is too stupid to know it already won. Yeah, somehow Palpatine returned. Why did it do that? That is the most unforced error it could possibly have made. Yeah, it was a spell. It never had any reason to do that. Literally, I am alive at Pumpkin's sufferance. Pumpkin could just solo me. Shadow Ghoul could almost solo me if not for the buffed Steel Ogre Grotto. We are witnessing what the kids would call a generational fumble. That will never not be funny as fuck. Making a successful fusion and then having it booted the fuck out. I mean, the thing now is I'm just trying to cycle through my deck for if I have another limiter. I don't remember what I even have. If he continues not attacking me, I'm gonna win. Which is insane. Bear Trap triggers against a monster with attack of 2,000 or below and destroys it. So, you know, nothing useful for me. What does that mean, Toka? Because I don't think the tutorial said that's a lose condition. I mean, it's fine if I'm out of cards. Nothing is going to happen that's going to help me at this point. But if, by some miracle, this guy decides for the next 67 turns to not attack me, I'm going to win. Which is completely insane. I'd be steamrolled real fast if the AI did anything. Also, cool. But this guy's useless. A dishonorable victory? You know what that is, Baxter Crook? That's still a fat fucking W. What if I... I kinda want to win by default waiting 65 turns. No, if I do that, Cher, if I expose... VOD watchers skip ahead 3 hours. Here's my thinking. If I attack whatever this is, I'm almost assured to lose. I see no reason for it, is the thing. Because this will wipe me out, no matter what. And I don't know... I think that's a spell or a trap. I don't know what this is. If I got here successfully, he could be there in 2, but then I could take the deck leader out in 1. It's a 50-50. Okay, whatever it is, it has an attack stat. It's a monster in defense. there is a 0% chance I can beat it. I mean, 0%. Because its power has been continually buffed forever. Yeah, even the Shadow Ghoul is at 4,300 defense. I don't have anything that can swing like that. If I continue doing nothing, I think I just win by default. Hold on. Options. There's no options for battle speed, is there? There sure isn't. That or the AI can't believe that I'm just not doing anything. Oh! It did something different. Oh, this could be huge. Who knows what will happen now? Oh, two of them don't become one, like, Ultra Zombie Warrior? Lame. It suddenly decided to change tactics, though. Is it going to try to attack me? It is. Fuck. That ain't right. That ain't normal. Party's over. The fight I should have lost 2 hours ago. And somehow I only took 300 damage. Jesus Christ. Why is he suddenly full aggro? What's going on here? So holy fuck. Do I find out what happens when I'm out of cards? Or do we just dig our heels in? What if he just doesn't attack again? Oh no, he's attacking. With his weak... Is he an idiot? Is he stupid for real? This is so funny. It's peak. I'm afraid it's peak. Okay, no, now he's out for blood. Theoretically, did it show off? Hold on. Somehow, we're not dead yet. Jesus Christ, look at that pumpkin. That is not the face of mercy. Well, I'm gonna screen cap that. That's unbelievable. If Hold on. Hey, G-Pool, welcome. G-Pool, very, very silly things are happening right now. Here's what I'm thinking. I move the Cyber Commander over. I take a step back. I summon whatever I have, whack it into defense. Theoretically, the Cybersaurus could kill the Skull Servant, and I would win. So what I need to do, Cyber Commander has to move over here, so that Robotic Knight can move here. I have to summon whatever and slap it into defense mode. If he moves Skull Servant, and if he doesn't attack Cybersaurus with Blue Eyes Silver Zombie, if he moves Skull Servant over or down, I can win. Which would be the funniest thing of all time. Also, hello, Greedra. What were you up to, G-Pool? We're banking on something incredibly silly happening. I mean, it does not matter which of these guys it is. Ooh, peak tournament week. Put it in attack debate. Put which in attack? What I'm summoning here? Because I won't survive that, I don't think. Or do you mean put Cybersaurus in attack? Because if Cybersaurus is in attack, he's dead. And then I don't have anything to swing. This has 4,400 is the problem. I could put Darkfire Dragon down in attack and survive that. Barely. Problem is, because Cyber Commander moved, I can't put him in defense right now. That would have to be next turn. I think whatever I summon, I've got to put down in defense, because this guy... You know what? I mean, we gotta do it, don't we? Like, don't we have to? What other option do we have? I could move Zombie Warrior over in attack position. That would tank the hit a little better. But the problem then becomes, unless this guy moves, there's nothing. I gotta do it, right? Otherwise, We're just waiting for extinction. And he's not gonna do something that stupid again, I don't think. I mean, I gotta, right? I'm out of options here. Fuck it, we ball. Now, I still could summon something in defense position here. Which maybe just baits him. I don't know, there's no reason not to, you know? This is the... If I win this somehow, it will be the funniest thing that's ever happened. Oh no, he retreated the Skull Servant. Now, it's not Ogre yet. I'll tell you why. He's moving the Shadow Ghoul now. What is he doing? So, there's whatever this is. I can swing at it with Cybersaurus. That's a thing I can do. And I can plug up the gap. I have one Hail Mary swing left. If whatever this is... Look. That still means I go down swinging. Suicide on his face down with 80,000 attack. It really kind of is, though. I mean, because the only other thing we can do... I mean, obviously... we can do that. It means we could survive for one more turn. What's one more turn? You know, it's die then or die later. What do we think? Do we just go for one glorious swing? Survive 50... Maybe he got tired of attacking. Decided to just wait it out again. Fuck it, we ball. Cybersaurus. If you do this, you'll be the coolest card of all time. It's time for the biggest fuck it we ball in history. This is the dumbest thing in the world. Fuck it. Fuck. The actual Grim Reaper is here to put me in the grave. Death is unimpressed. Insanely poetic. Holy shit, that was funny. We fought hard. By rights, we should have died like 40 turns ago. That was incredibly funny. Well, that does make 4 hours I've been playing this game. I can't imagine a better ending than that. A big, big thank you to Hanabi for having me play this. Because I could safely say I never would have played this otherwise. And I'm very glad I have now. Because that was the coolest shit I've ever seen in my life. Unbelievable game. Seems genuinely very fun, if completely inscrutable. I think with that, though, it is 1:30 in the morning. I do get up at 6 a.m. every day. I'm gonna find somebody we can retro raid into. Rest of this week, Wednesday Doom, it's gonna be Fractured Worlds. I'm scared for that. And then Friday, I'm even more frightened. Because I will be playing the legendary Kusoge, Densetsu no Kusoge, Hoshi wo Miru Hito, for the Famicom. I will probably be playing the English patched version called Stargazers, which does have some gameplay balancing to make it slightly less suicidal. But that's what I'm thinking. It's gonna be one of a kind. You know what? Let's go from PS2 to PS2. I see Rory is doing a casual PS2 stream. That's where we're going. Have a great night, everybody. Thank you very much to Rosif and Hanabi for the games tonight. They were both incredibly fun. Both by Konami and both very hard. Common threads tonight. Anyway, thank you everybody. I will never get over Yugi calling himself... I gotta look at the screenshot. Yugi, parentheses, Henry Tudor. Unbelievably funny game. Alright, thank you everybody. I will see you on Wednesday night.